teach it, that I feel like I'm able to make those modifications and not have this. I had like the stereotype about like chair yoga and like, oh, that's like old people that can't move. And so I just to get more information and more knowledge and just to learn new things that I can incorporate later on when I am ready to get out there and teach.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, isn't this a time to just make use of the time?
Exactly.
And what we know we're doing.
Yeah. Okay, who wants to go next? So you just tapped in. We're going around and just describing what it is that drew you to chair yoga, and if you have a population that you're working with, or if there's a population that you're interested in working with. And that's what we're exploring right now. Okay, Donna.
Yeah, I'm Donna, and I've been teaching yoga for probably since 2009. I'm a registered teacher with Yoga Alliance, Yoga Fit. I was going to all their courses, and I teach chair yoga every week on Wednesdays on Zoom now. And Monday and Wednesday night, I teach, the flow yoga with the people after work.
Great.
And I'm always looking for, new moves, new ideas. And physically, I can't do a whole lot of yoga, because I'm no young spring chicken anymore. So, but it's really neat that sometimes when I'm doing yoga, I'll discover a move on my own, like something that, wow, why didn't I do this before, So the more experience you have, I think the better you get at it. And I also teach, silver sneakers. I teach aerobics too. I mean, I've been doing it all on Zoom since April 2020. 6 classes a week.
Good for you. Are you going through a studio, or is this your own client base?
My living room. I work for the YMCA in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Where are you at?
What's that?
What's your town?
I work in Allentown, Pennsylvania, YMCA, Allentown, Greater Valley Y. And, I didn't want to disappoint all the members that I work with. So my daughter actually helped me with Zoom because I know nothing about Zoom. And ever since April 2020, I've been doing Zoom classes. And the Y is paying me. You're making a lot of money teaching classes. But, it's, I just wanted to keep in shape and keep doing it even for my own benefit, It's great. Yoga's really great because I actually hurt my back maybe a year and a half ago, and it was still hurting. I tried to push something in my basement I didn't realize how heavy it was. I tried to push it out of the way, and I heard my back totally crack. And ever since then, my back hurt. It's been giving me problems, but it seems to have subsided now. That's why I didn't want to give up the yoga. I wanted to keep doing it. I just felt like that if anything could cure it, it would be yoga. But it takes time. If you injure yourself, it takes time. So,
well, I'm glad you're here. It sounds like you've been very disciplined and you've got a good support system with the Y helping you through.
Yeah, it's like I needed to be in contact with people. And that's how Zoom helped me do, Because I live alone. My husband passed away many years ago. My kids are gone. One lives in Italy and one lives in Florida. So, my family is sort of these people on Zoom right now.
Great for that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm glad we're all able to be here together too, despite the fact that we aren't able to physically be together. The great blessing of this time has been.
And you know that I never missed the AAAI convention in Atlantic City in 20 years.
Woo!
I didn't.
Wow, they ought to be given awards.
I know.
You're not the only one. I've heard those stories before. I think that's fantastic. You need to share that with Nora.
I did. I think I did when I was paying my bill. you know.
Who wants to go next? Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you, Deanna.
Who's next?
I'll go.
Okay.
So I have been practicing yoga for over 10 years. I got into it just as another way of exercising because I was doing other forms of exercise like calisthenics, weightlifting. Honestly, I hurt my back doing weightlifting and my knee. And I was like, well, how do I like kind of recover from these injuries or prevent getting these type of injuries? So I looked up stretching, and then yoga came up as one form of stretching, and I just thought it was, oh, you just go in here and stretch, and that's what it looks like. But then I got into it and had a really great instructor who had been doing it for 40 years, and he was 10 times more flexible than I was, and I was like, how is this even possible? Like, this is unbelievable to me. And then I just kind of got into the whole world of it, and ever since then I've just been wanting to learn more and more and more about yoga. This is my 7th AAAI certification, and when I saw that there was another yoga certification, I said, I want to do it. That's just going to take me even deeper into the world of yoga. So that's why I signed up. That's why I'm here. And I also work a lot with my mom, trying to help her, get healthier and stay healthy. And I think this class will help me because she's got like a lower back injury and some hip pain as well. And I think this class will help me kind of find some modifications to help her, along her fitness journey as well. So.
Good, great. Okay, Laz, you want to share?
Hello,
Hi.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, you can hear me.
Yes.
We can't.
This is George Good. I can't get on Zoom, so I called in.
Oh,
I tried my hardest and it just keeps spinning. My name is George Goodritz, and I was the question how long I've been practicing yoga and things like that.
Yes, and about
Hello?
interest in chair.
Okay, I've been practicing yoga since '95, so it's 26 or 7 years. I've been a member of AAI for I think since 1999,
looks like
and
me.
I'm looking forward. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to this. I am disappointed that I'm on the phone, but it's better than nothing. I guess my software on my computer is not up to date for the Zoom.
Did you
So,
download
is it pardon me?
Do you have it downloaded?
Yeah, I do. I have it downloaded, and I press the button, and all it's doing is spinning. If you can picture there's just a little gear that's spinning on Zoom. So, is it okay if I hang on the phone and listen in?
Yeah, are you able to see us?
No, I can't get on Zoom.
Okay, any experts in here? Suggestions?
That happened to me. I had to close it down and then reopen the Zoom because mine just kept spinning and spinning. I was like, this cannot be happening now. And then I had to just.
Would you please tell me how to do that?
Just
How do you do
I
that?
just had closed it out. Like I had went through my email and clicked on the link. That's when it just kept spinning. But I instead closed that down and went right to the app, Zoom app, and typed in the ID code with the password, and then I got right in.
Well,
Can you just tell me how to do the first thing? How do I stop it from spinning to get off that page?
Where did you it depends on where you open the link from.
I opened the link from the AAAI email from Deanna.
Yes, that's when it just kept spinning. I would just close that down, the little X. There should be an X at the top corner. I would just close down all the windows. You might have too many windows open as well.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I have to turn the phone off?
Like turn everything off.
Yes, did you use the link that's on the email in your computer or on your phone?
On my phone.
I tried to do it on my phone and it wouldn't work. You have to go into your computer itself.
I don't have one.
Oh, you don't have one? Okay, well,
Just go right onto Zoom app and type in the ID and the password. It should let you right in. I noticed when you
Okay.
go through emails, that's when it just keeps spinning and spinning. Or
Okay,
people-
what I'll do is I'm probably gonna have to disconnect and come back to you.
Yeah, just
If I can't do it, I'll
disconnect
come back to the phone.
That's
Okay,
fine.
good luck.
Yeah, mine was
Okay,
doing-
thank you.
Sure.
No problem.
Thank you, I'll do that. I'll be back. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, we'll wait. George has been in my classes before, so I know him, and I've been with AAAI since the early 90s as well. So it's been a long journey, a lot of transitions through AAAI. In the Philadelphia area and around the region, I do workshops, and I've done everything from corporate to privates. What has been interesting, though, in the last few years, despite the pandemic, the demographics of our country are changing. So you either have the bulk of millennials or a bulk of boomers as your cauldron of clients. So when you are thinking about how this can be helpful, I think it's great if you can apply it to yourself first and your family members, because you have to keep in mind that no matter what age, injuries happen. And mobility is the secret to longevity. So it really isn't a matter, toning and strengthening is great. Endurance is helpful. The endurance is enhanced tremendously when you have circulation, and the way you enhance your circulation is through mobility, flexibility, and keeping the joints supple. So in the philosophy of the Taoist tradition that I've learned, which is an integration of Qigong and Tai Chi and meditation practices with the yoga, the whole concept is that you have a supple body and a subtle mind. So integrating the way that you move, sustaining the pose, which is challenging for a lot of people, because the last year I think was a fantastic lesson for people to just stop everything and reassess and evaluate what the heck you're doing with your life and where you're going to go next. And now what I have heard so much from so many people that are of working age, oh my gosh, what now? Because maybe they even still have their job, but it's still a reevaluation and a reassessment of how am I going to re-enter into the world? What am I going to keep? What am I going to not go back to? In that mix, a lot of people were not moving. And I have 2 clients of which suffer tremendous depression because of the pandemic, and they're older adults. It's been very challenging working with them. To this day it is. However, the chair is key to helping them feel successful and that there is something they can do. It doesn't have to be elderly people that are professionals, but all the people that were stuck at home working on their computer, sitting at a chair all day long. So now they are having these other problems as a result. So this is where you can come in with some ammunition to help them out. So through today, we're going to break it down. We're going to start with some strengthening things. We're going to do flexibility. We're going to work on the sun salutation in the chair, using the chair as a prop. You can also use a wall. Not always are you going to have a wall. The chair that you have is going to depend on what you can do. And if you're going in people's homes to do privates, you want to make sure you have your own insurance. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. If you're on Zoom with people, it's a great opportunity to see what they have in their home, but you also have a chance to get really clever, because not everyone's going to have all the goodies that you want them to have. So you want to modify. That's why I sent out the little tip on mason jars. If they don't have blocks, if they have a footstool, that can work for the case. I had some women, I still work at the cancer center, treatment center, and this lady was very petite. So when she sat all the way back in the chair, her feet didn't touch the ground. So those blocks are necessary for more than one reason. If they're in their own home, they're going to have a different kind of furniture, and maybe they don't even have a straight chair. I mean, it's not uncommon for dining tables to now have posh chairs with them and side arms. So you have to constantly get creative. And I think that's been the blessing about using Zoom as a teaching tool. It gives you a chance to think, now what can I do with that? It doesn't give you a chance to do any hands-on, but it will make you a stronger teacher. When I taught for over 2 decades in the classroom with kids, that's where you really learn how to give directions, because you think you're clear and then you see them start moving. You're like, oh, that's not what I wanted at all. So when you're on Zoom, you can have that same effect, like, oh, that's not what I meant. And then you learn that, oh my gosh, my words have so much power. So learning how to craft the description is really going to be helpful for you. And that just comes with experience and knowing the people that you're working with. So I'm not going to talk anymore about that. But I had to borrow a chair because I am an artist, and I realized this isn't the first time. I don't have any normal chairs in my house. I don't. I'll leave it at that. I design furniture, but none of it's normal. But that said, I also have a really cushy chair, which I can help use as a reference to give people other suggestions when they're in their own home of ways to use chair yoga as a way of relaxing completely in a non-conventional way in the chair. So we'll go over some of that. Any questions, or is there an area of the body that anyone knows they want to focus on today? Because that would be really helpful. I have basic things that I do that I'm going to share with you, but if there's an area you know you want to concentrate on, please share out.
You have your own studio, Deanna?
You know what? Over all these years, I purposely did not get my own studio. And through this
You have a nice room where you are, though.
I just kept saying, thank God I didn't get my own studio. Thank God.
Oh.
I'm in my living room, and I live in a row house, so I live very minimally. I have a mission that in my life I will have very few things for people to have to deal with when I pass off this world. But my living room is concentrated in one small area, and then I open the other half up to.
It looks good. You have a nice hardwood floor there.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't keep a lot of things on purpose.
Yeah, you clutter.
Honestly, because I think I worked in very intense environments for 30 years. I was an art therapist working in a state hospital, and they don't even have those anymore. Now we have street people. It's another story. And then I worked in education, and I worked at some of the most low-rated schools in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So I've never had that sweet cushion teaching job with the lovely students. Because of that, I came home, and what I wanted was my home to be my sanctuary, so that I had quiet, and then I could clear my mind and simply have a space where the rest of the world was not a part of it. So I love this pandemic. Just kept going through things. I don't do this anymore, and it's great. For me, it's this expression that I remember reading in the years of constantly reading about Taoist philosophy or feng shui and different Asian cultures. The idea that your external world is a reflection of your inner world, to me, has always resonated. So when I see clutter, I think, it gives me anxiety, and then I address this, because if I address it, it'll go away. So that's a crazy thing that we didn't need to talk about right now. Anyway, that's my whole thing. I'm going to give you.
I'm going to ask you about teaching children. You said you got into teaching the kids.
Yes, so I left art therapy, and I was diagnosed with cancer in my 20s. And after the second diagnosis, I decided, time to really make a different big change in my world and get the heck out of Ohio, which I never really enjoyed living in, even though I was born there. I just grew up thinking, I don't belong here. And I came to Philadelphia, and I love being surrounded by different cultures and different people. And I came here to do my grad work in education. So I went from one low-paying career, high stress, to another. Probably not the wisest choice, but over 20 years, I worked K-12, and I taught art and yoga on the side. The yoga was for me in the beginning, for my own healing. And because of the experience that I had with it, I decided that I wanted to be 105, or however long I'm rolling on this earth, and still be teaching. And that's my mission. I know the power. I've worked with a lot of people and seen dramatic changes in their abilities from things they never thought they could do to 6 months later, like, look at me. And, I kind of forgot what the original goal was, but they didn't. And then, through their practice on the outside of the time we were together, that's really what is important, is the dedication. And it's challenging to get people to want to do that. But now I think there's a lot of people in pain and they are motivated. You can bring them back. It's just you got to be a cheerleader. When you're in a classroom with kids, you're a cheerleader. You're an actress. And when you're teaching, it's the same thing. You got to, no matter what's happening in your world, you are there 100% for the people in front of you. And it's not about you. Hey!
There he is.
Yay! Glad it worked.
Hey, George.
Wow, it was a tough road to get here. Thank you.
Woo!
So glad it worked for you.
I am also. Thank you so much.
Perseverance.
I had to go through Google. So it worked. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Whoever told me what to do, thank you.
I'm glad it worked out.
I am too. I would have hated to miss this.
Well, that's the first lesson, that we are all here to support each other. So
Yes.
at the end of this, if no one wants me to share their information, I won't. But if you want each other's info, I will share that with a little sheet of the names of the things we went over. You're welcome to write things down as we do this, but I also hope that you'll participate. And before we go any further, I want to just show you, Nora had recommended this book, and I don't know if any of you got this book. It's called Yoga as Medicine.
Yeah, I have that book. That's a good book. Yeah.
It is a good book. It talks a lot about the benefits of yoga. If you're just starting out, or even if you've taught for 20 years, this book is one that I encourage people to read through, simply because it is written perfectly for someone who's learning how to work with people or teaching. And after teaching for about 15 years, I found this book and I read it and I was like, wow, I wish I would have known this when I started teaching. It talks about ways to describe and how to encourage people through the postures. And you can get used copies pretty inexpensively now, but this is really a wonderful Bible. I would consider it that, simply because you can go into different chapters. You do not have to read it front to back. It's written as a resource on purpose, so that you don't have to, teaching yoga and Mark Stevens, that's the main thing you need. So just look for this cover of random armpits. Yoga, Mark Stevens. I know you can get it used on Amazon. And the Yoga as Medicine book is by Tim McCall, who is a very popular person. Tim McCall, Yoga as Medicine. And then the master that I have worked with over the many years that I've been on this journey of my own healing is Mantak Chia. Mantak Chia has been controversial, like so many yogis, because the most popular book that he wrote is called The Multi-Orgasmic Man. So, that flew off the shelves. But what I like is this, and he has several versions of this book. You might find it with a different cover. So Mantak Chia, like Chia Pet, he comes out of China. His center is in Thailand now, because he was out of China because he started publishing things that were never published before. And although you see this beautiful bridge pose on the front book, what I really like about Mantak Chia is that he is purely authentic. And he will show you himself doing postures in the book that he showed you that what a typical guy is going to be able to do when they're starting out, man or woman, that building up the strength. He doesn't try to show everything in the very most advanced version of a posture. And he works, what I like about the Healing Tao system is that you work with the tendons. So the tendons lie closer to the bone. Some of the postures are going to look a lot like hatha poses, because all of yoga came out of India. However, the Indians escaped when the Aryans were attacking India, and many escaped into China. It was still a landmass. They met with the Taoist and Qigong masters, and they integrated the styles together, and that's where Dao Yin, or Taoist yoga, came from. It is not Yin yoga. Yin yoga is another thing. It is still, all yoga is hatha based, but to clarify the difference, Dao Yin means energy directing, and Yin is sustaining. So if you hear of a Yin yoga class, you're staying in the posture for up to 15 minutes at a time. And the average length of time, if you remember, is usually 10 seconds to 3 minutes. But some of the things may look like postures you're familiar with when you get into the Taoist tradition, but instead of calling this pigeon, it's peacock looks at his tail, because there's twist, and the emphasis is on the spine, because that's where the central nervous system is. So I'm going to integrate some of those basic postures into our chair class, because when I'm teaching the people at the Cancer Center and the seniors that I work with, I find it very helpful. And you will see the overlap. They may have a different name, but you'll see the similarity with the hatha poses. And I wanted to offer that today simply because really the posture and the name of the posture is secondary to how you're able to help people feel successful. And when you're talking about chair yoga, success is really essential. I tell people they are not allowed to say, I can't. Instead, you might say, not today. But I would rather hear people say, this is what I can do. And the other important thing that I repeatedly emphasize when I am teaching, especially with the cancer patients, because many have so many scars, and I am not always aware of what kind of cancer they've had or where their scars are. So, remind people they live in their body, no one else does. If they need to modify, do what you can do. And if there's something that they feel they're not up to, focus on the breath. When you're in a group Zoom class, there's no way for you to really get a sense of what they're fully able to do. And sometimes people will turn their camera off, which is near impossible. But you respect their privacy when they're doing something that they're not comfortable, especially, again, working with cancer patients. So they just lost their hair and had it shaved off, or they've been throwing up all night, and they just don't feel like they want to get on camera. It's perfectly fine. But in the end, they'll switch on, or they won't. They'll just talk and have their camera off. When you're working with people in a group live, it's a whole other experience. But the benefit to Zoom is when you have people in a room and they don't want anybody to see what they're doing, they shut their camera off. You can't see what they're doing, but they're still participating without feeling like everybody can see me. Whereas when you're in a group setting, there's always this sense of competition. Mm-hmm. So there is that benefit to Zoom where people can actually access their own realm of feeling confident and competent. And for me, whether I can visually see them or not, I want to speak to them to encourage them to think about feeling confident, that no matter what you can do, whatever you do, every little bit counts. And essentially, the breath is key to getting circulation flowing in the body. Our day is ending with relaxation. It's certainly what I encourage you to do when you're teaching anybody is to start with breath work, because if you give them a breathing technique at the beginning, remind them as they're going through the class that if there's something they feel like they can't do, go back and focus on the breath, because the more they practice the breath, the more it reinforces the learning. And all the breath work is good for anxiety. And that is our number one mental health issue right now. So the other thing I tell them to do, open your mouth with the exhale. That's when people hear, because so many times people are holding their breath. And again, it's because our whole culture is centered on fear. Turn on the news, fear. There is a newspaper, fear. Radio, fear. How many people are shot? And just stop reporting. You're not going to change the gun laws. Let's just report something else until you get your body's ready to take action in our world. We need to create change, but we need to start helping people feel empowered so they feel like they can change how they view things or how they think about things. So with the chair, it's your tool. It's not the end all, but it's certainly a grace to have it as a way of helping people feel confident and competent. And those are the C's you want to really focus on. Confidence, competent, confident. Say that right?
I get a kick out of how many men come to yoga now. You
Men.
know, they're like, I have quite a few guys in my class.
Good for you.
You know, they're like, you wouldn't think they'd be there, but they're liking it, you know.
Well, we're going to start right now, and let's do this. If you would mute your cameras or yourselves right now, so that we'll just go through this, because then I'll get through the content, and we will take some time to, if you have a question, just throw your arms up or turn on your mic. But that way, if there's any background noise or anything, somebody's cat or dog starts barking, there won't be that distraction. You are welcome to tap in at any time and give a question or something that you do that's different. For instance, if we're doing a certain posture and you've done it in a different way that you think would be something you could share out with everyone, welcome that. I don't want you to think that I don't want to hear what you have to say, because those of you who have been doing this for a while, your experience is just as valuable. Just like we helped George get in this Zoom room, we can help each other through today. So offer what you know. If there's something that you want to share, feel free, okay? So the first thing we're going to start with is the flexibility. Because we have such a tight time, I'm giving you some of my favorites. There's certainly always going to be more, okay? Any questions about any of that before we get going? Okay, all right. So let's do this. Go ahead and do it. Let's, we're gonna use our chair. And as I mentioned, if you have a wool or a block or anything that you can use as a prop, we'll be using those later. First of all, with the hips, we're gonna be using our chair as a tool for sitting and standing. If we had a day where we started at 9 o'clock, we'd be doing a whole hour on just standing, but I think it's really important for you to take a few postures and modify where you can do it in a chair or standing, because what my experience has been, that's the two options that you have, right? So we're gonna start with working the hips, because the hips are the center of the body. That's the background noise myself. So here's the first thing you want to tell everyone to do, and that's to sit forward in their chair. Regardless of who they are, whenever people are sitting back, what's the first thing they do? They sit back. And when you're sitting back in your chair, you're compressing the intestines so nothing can flow. So when you sit forward, the first thing you do is you notice that your shoulders come over your hips. In the beginning, people are like, I can't sit this way. Oh my God, hurts my back. Right. So your first homework assignment when you're working with people, sit forward in your chair. Whether you're working at your desk, sit forward and not back in your chair, because that is one easy way to strengthen the lower back. Putting the shoulders over the hips. So this is number one, very simple. Sit forward to strengthen the back. For the hips, we're going to do a little bit of what they call the Supi grind. So I have my legs open and feet are flat on the floor. Think of your tailbone. So the tailbone is the very first part of the spine that is developed when we change from embryo to that transition of human. It's the beginning of your central nervous system, and when you stimulate the tailbone, it has a calming effect in the mind. That the hips, being that they are the center of the body and everything either hangs below or sits above, we want to keep the hips open. We're going to start on the chair, and the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to roll around the tailbone. We're going to let the shoulders be part of the gravity. So as you walk forward, as you sit back, you want to, so I'm going to turn this way. You can see I'm going to tuck my tailbone under. So that I roll over the tailbone. And then as I come around in a circle, after a few rounds, I'm going to deepen that stretch. So as I come to one side, I'm going to take the top shoulder and dip it toward my knee. So take a long exhale. Feel that stretch as it moves down into your hip. Breathe in, slide across from one knee to the other. Top shoulder dips toward the knee on the exhale. Feel that in your lower back. And come all the way out to the side. We're going to slow it down because this is where you can examine what you're doing with your body. Hope everyone can see me okay. So I'm going to keep changing the position in my chair, and I do that so you can see what I'm doing. Exhale. Remember, however far you go, that's as far as your body wants to go. Just assess. So exhale. Close your eyes now. You know the movement. As you lean back, try bringing your chin in and roll the shoulders forward. Exhale, dip the shoulder toward the knee. Inhale through the nose. Dip the shoulder, exhale. Now to the side. Take a breath in, curl under. So, and really bring the chin in and roll the shoulders as you come back. Now go in the other direction. Again, close your eyes and keep them closed as you move around your body. See how big you can create the space between the vertebrae as you lean back with a long exhale. You're going gently out to the side. If there's any area where you're feeling dis-ease, maybe tightness in the hip or shoulder, stay there for an extra long breath. One more long, slow, soft round. Gently bring the body back. So this is a nice way to get a little stretch. I'll show you a standing variation. So standing is going to look very different. You have your feet out, and you could have one hand on the hip, knees bend, and we're going to make a circle. Like you're circling, and I always imagine there's a hula hoop on the floor, because everyone can picture what a hula hoop looks like. Back, to the side, tuck under the tailbone, so the hips forward and to the side. So again, back, side, forward, back. And then connect that round. So we're making a circle, just circling around. If you think of your population, if there's science buffs, you're circling around sound, circling around universe. Again, the chair is there for stability if they need it, and then go in the other direction. And a really nice variation to this, we're going to isolate the hips. So from here, they're going to put their hands on their shoulder, on their ribs. And if this isn't possible, maybe they've had a shoulder injury or something, they can turn and put their hands crossing their arms, but I'm not hugging my body. I have my hands lightly touching my rib cage. You can see that. This is a variation if they can't put their hands here. But putting your hands on the side of the ribs, knees bent, just move the bottom part of the body so the upper part of the body stays still. And for those of you who are of a certain age, you may remember the hula dancer that sat on people's dashboards of their car. This is just the same move as that hula hoop dancer that people would have on the dashboard of their car. So if you put your hands on the side of the ribs, the key is the upper body stays still, doesn't move, just the lower body. And so from the side, Notice that the ribs are not moving, just the hips. And then go in the other direction. You can make the circles big or small. So if they're very small, think of circling around a nickel. Go in the other direction. So you can vary that movement. So if you have someone that's really tight, this man that I'm working with is super tight. So if I tell him to circle around the globe, he's gonna feel like, I can't do that. But if we pick a nickel and he goes as big as a softball, then he's accomplished something. So think about what the range of motion is with people you're working with. The key is that if the knees are bent, you wanna make sure nothing is rigid in the body. The more your body is bent, the more supple the movement can be, and it's less challenging. If you're stiff and rigid, like a tree, when it's stiff and rigid, the branches fall off, right? So this is first thing you can do with the hips. Circle the room. So we'll call this circling the hula hoop if you're standing, and it's also called the soupy grind if you're sitting. Same similar idea. So next we will do butterflies, but since we're standing, we're gonna go into goddess pose. And again, the chair, depending on how they're able, they need more stability, they're behind the chair, or it's beside them. Know your client. So the feet are out, right? 45 degrees. So make sure the feet are outside the hips, put the weight in the heels, turn the toes out. And this is where your wall comes in super handy if you have a wall. If you don't, then you just modify. So hand can be here or both hands on the back of the chair. We're gonna lower the hips down. So either your hands are here, or holding on, using that chair for stability. People can use it the other way around, so their hand is on the chair this way. They come down to the seat. It's all going to depend on the height of the person, the stability of the chair they're using, right, and their ability. And then if they can, maybe one hand or both hands, they'll pick. But sometimes just knowing that that chair is there is all that they mentally need to know. So if you're working with all levels, chair people have it. People that are able are going to be not using the chair. And in a chair, how would that look? So here's your chair. Again, you're going to be sitting forward. And we put the heels together. So we're workshopping this. But what's nice is when you're teaching and working with people that have a limited energy. For instance, my cancer patients, I'll keep referring to them because that's my current population I work with using these things. It's great. It gives them an option. They don't have to stand up all the time because you're going to demo back and forth. This is your option if you want to sit down. If you're feeling tired, take a chair. So you're forward and bring your hands behind the seat. I hope you can see this. So my hands are behind me. My heels are together. And then just let the legs come out. Try to make sure they're not rolling back. So the hands come behind them because then they can lengthen and use, I always encourage them to use their fingertips because otherwise they're sinking down into the wrist, and this is what tends to happen. We want them to be forward so the weight is aligned, shoulders over hips. The other thing you can do with this is they can bring their hands behind them as much as they can and squeeze in their shoulder blades. Feel how that opens up the front of the chest. So it's a nice way to open the chest as well. And when the front of the body is open, the diaphragm is open, then they're breathing deeper. And now let's ease off. And from here, we're going to do some hip rolls. So we'll go from chair to standing again. And with this, it might just be that they're trying to make a circle with their knee. And if they need to hold on to that knee, perfectly fine. Maybe they need 2 hands. If you have people that are really open, they can extend their leg out. So this one is more power. You feel the difference. It takes a little more core. So if you're working with people that are just doing this and they want to get fit and they're working from home and they want to take a little chair break, feel the difference with your legs straight out. You're getting quad, lower back, and abs working at the same time, right? So when you're working with multiple levels in the same room, you can have an option for every level. Do the other side just so you stay even today. And generally, I'll do 3 or 5, switch in the other direction. Doesn't take a lot. It depends on your population and what they're able to do, how much they're chatting. But when you extend your leg, if your hands are behind you, you can use your abdomen, hold the abdomen in. Doing that leg circle will help stabilize the movement. So again, this one is strength and flexibility at the same time. So take a little breath. You can choose to stand up or you can just watch. If you want to stay in your chair, that's perfectly fine. Standing up, it's going to be the same thing. So we're using the chair for stability. It's much more free, but you want to start with the lowest person, and this is very important. One key takeaway when I was in the classroom, because the art room always got the kids that weren't exactly interested in art, but they needed credit, right? So you have to start with the person that's the lowest denominator in your room. It's not the person that's able. You want to start with the person that needs to feel empowered. How can you reach the needs of the lowest capable person? And how do you make them feel capable? So this is how you would open the hip with your standing. The next thing we're going to do, I'm not going to, well, you could, standing, since we're here, and do tree. This is the number 1, but you want the knee to come out all the way. And notice, so I have on this blousey shirt. I just thought I would show common street clothes because that's often what shows up in a chair class. Make sure they're not popping their hip over. So when you have them next to their chair, the leg closest to the chair is the standing leg. And I always instruct this because from other disciplines, I found this to be very effective when you're doing balance poses. Tuck under your tailbone, just a little bit, a little tuck under. As soon as you do that, notice you can lift your ribs higher. This is opening your psoas muscle, which is the balance floor, or the muscle used for balance. So we tuck under, lift the ribs. So we're growing up like a tree. Use your abdomen, just tucking it in. Again, the tuck in is just enough as if you were going to try to put on a pair of pants that used to fit before the pandemic. And then turn your foot out. So the knee comes back, and you'll feel this in the hip. And we want to make sure that they didn't pop over to the side. So if you set them up to tuck under, lift up, engage the abdomen, and then turn the knee out, your hips will stay right across from each other. And have them touch their hip because they'll know if one side feels lower than the other. Again, our goal is to train them to feel like I can do this, but I'm not in class. So give them the cues and help them feel. And again, this is level 1. Level 2 might be foot on leg. 3 is higher. And do not assume by age that their competence is better or less, because I know of many, many young people who are not flexible and a lot of old people that are. Bring your ankle on the knee, point the knee down. And again, this leg, you want the ankle in the middle of the thigh if you're doing this version of tree. The hand could be here and here, here, here. You're gonna see what works for the person. And in a chair, how does that look? You're doing figure 4. So in a chair, maybe a person isn't able to bring their knee up. This is really not easy for a lot of people. So their ankles are crossed, right? And just one knee is hanging out to the side. It might be as far as they can go. They can also extend the straight leg and try bringing the leg up. See that? So play around with what you have in front of you. Give them options. They're able to bring the ankle over the knee. You're forward in the chair. Hands are behind you again. We're on the side of the chair. And our goal is to get rid of the sinking. Hands behind the hips, shoulders up over the hips. Again, a slight tuck in with your abdomen will help release the hips. So if they're already feeling it and it's tight here, close your eyes. Keep your teeth away from each other. Point your chin out. Here's the other thing to look for. You want them to be coming out from their hip. A lot of times people want to touch their head to their knee. There's no prize, and all you're doing is compromising all the organs. It compresses the diaphragm. We want a lot of oxygen. So we want a tall body, and then just fold out. Relax the shoulders, close your eyes. Every breath, let your body sink a little deeper. So try it with an open mouth for your own self. Just experiment and see when you open your mouth, how much more your muscles release. And then once you come out as far as you can, maybe if it feels safe, bring the arms forward. And think of your body as a rag doll. No muscles. So as you exhale, with every breath, invite your body to sink a little closer to the legs, draping your body over the legs. Engage your abdomen, tuck your tailbone under, and push your spine back, like you're pushing your spine out of your body. Roll up one vertebrae at a time. And your head comes back over your shoulder, unwind the leg. Close your eyes for a couple of breaths, simply to bring your awareness into your body and notice the difference in how that hip feels compared to the other. We're going to switch to the other side, and we're simply going to assess how this side feels different. So again, see where that range of motion is for you, whoever you're working with. Hand comes behind you, lengthen the spine, engage. So lift the ribs up, draw in the abdomen, press up with the palms, point your chin out. Close your eyes and check in with your face. Make sure you're not gritting your teeth. Soften your forehead. And more importantly, concentrate on the length of your exhale. Fully empty your breath. And then, as you like, release your arms forward. Soften everything, the whole body hang. Just go limp. The longer you sustain the pose without holding on, the more the blood flows into the fascia. And that is how you restore and rejuvenate your range of motion by letting the blood move into those tissues that have either dehydrated or they've been injured. Keep your body empty. Start the next part of the movement with your abdomen. So your upper body's empty. Engage your abdomen. Tuck your tailbone under and start pushing your spine toward the back of the chair. So you roll up through each vertebrae one at a time. And your head comes over the shoulder and one of the leg. Again, a couple moments with your eyes closed. This gives people a chance to check in with themselves and see how they're feeling. Those are some easy ways to open the hips. Now we're going to move through some twists to just start. We're starting at the bottom of the spine. We're going to go to the neck and shoulders. So twisting. First level twist, ankles are crossed. If they're able to cross the knees, that's great. A beginner pose is with the same leg and arm. In the Taoist tradition, you cross over, and that crossing over stimulates both halves of the brain. So you can choose how you approach your class, but crossing the arm, opposite arm and leg, stimulates more neural pathways in the brain. So I always do this way. So the left arm crosses over the right leg, and your right hand's going to come close to your tailbone. They can use their knuckles or fingertips and find the middle of their chair. Lift the spine. Just make sure they're not making their shoulder come up under the head, and watch for that, because that's the first thing people do is they bring their shoulder up because there's tension. So the shoulders down, the spine's tall, twist looking over your shoulder or the back of the chair. The taller the spine, the more you'll feel this in the lower abdominal area. We're working with people that have a desk job. Always encourage them to twist to the right, works with the digestive process. Come back. If people have an arm on their chair, this is where that can be very handy because they can hold on to the arm of the chair to work themselves back a little more. So arms on chairs are not a negative thing. They can be a tool that you can use as well. Let's go to the other side. Again, one leg might cross, the other may not. Arm goes over. So you have your left leg, the right arm crosses, left arm comes behind you, lengthen your spine, twist looking over your left shoulder. Make sure the chin is parallel to the ground. Soften the shoulder of the hands behind you. Easing off, come back and align your spine. And we'll do that again. Let's twist. This time we'll do a variation. So side of the chair, crossing over, hand is going to reach for the back of the chair. If you're on the side of the chair, this is a little easier for people that are a little older as long as they can get their hand back. And again, you just have to play with your spine. I want you to know there's different ways to stone, what do they call it, to kill a cat, or whatever that phrase is. So both hands on the back of the chair, twist looking over the shoulder. Back. Realign your spine. And then go to the other side. So again, not going to be this complicated. You can just twist around. I'm doing it because I'm on the camera. I want you to be able to see what I'm doing. Just reach around to the back of the chair. Feel the difference in how it's a little easier. But again, if they have shoulder issues, it's not going to be easier. Twist looking over the shoulder. Is not back, line your spine. Breath. Now we're going to do a little more to open the spine. So the first thing we're going to do is, it's called the crane and the turtle. So this works the spine forward to back. So we've done a little wringing out. And we're going to lift the ribs up, squeeze in the shoulders so my feet are wide. Look up on the inhale. And keep the spine as tall as you can. Point your chin out toward the middle of the ring. Come out as far as you can. When you come out as far as you can, roll the shoulders, tuck your tailbone under. Bring your chin into your chest. Start pushing your spine toward the back of the chair as you roll up one vertebrae at a time. Lift the chin on the inhale, fold forward on the exhale. You're out as far as you can go. Let your body sink. Engage your abdomen, tuck the tailbone, roll the shoulders, chin to chest. Press your spine back, curl up through each vertebrae. Nice and slow in the beginning. Chin to sky, do one more, breathe in. Roll out on the exhale. Excuse me. Draw on the abdomen, shoulders forward, so we're arching the spine, pressing back through the vertebrae as you curl up. Reverse of the crane is called the turtle. I think it looks a little more like caterpillar. So we're going to keep the spine tall, tuck in the chin, roll the shoulders. Keep your head as close as you can to your body. Sink down through the spine. Come down as far as you can with your nose and chin. Spine stays long, chin moves to the sky. Again, chin to chest, shoulders forward. So as I bring my shoulders forward, I'm going to tuck in my abdomen and curl the tailbone under. So I roll down the front of the body. And inhale, lift up. Excuse me. One more, chin in. Inhale. Roll up the spine. And the next thing we're going to do for the spine is called spinal cord breathing. So that's the name of it. But you can associate it with cat-cow. The whole point of these is that you're enhancing circulation through the spine, which is essential to the central nervous system. So that's what this little grouping is about. The twisting, wringing out the spine, increasing the space between the vertebrae. So cat-cow in a chair, again, you're forward. Again, you can do this standing very easily. Depending on shoulders, scar tissue, surgery, first variation, we're going to curl the tailbone back, squeeze in the shoulders, look up, breath in. Exhale, engage the abdomen, tuck under, elbows together. Try to bring the elbows all the way in, chin to chest. Inhale, chin to sky, squeeze the shoulders, opening your heart and lungs. Tailbone curls back. Big breath in. Exhale, tuck under, chin to chest, elbows together, into the breath. Inhale, again, up, put a smile on your face, happy to be alive. Exhale. Inhale, up. Exhale. Important pose is the smile as you look up. Remember, your thoughts are eavesdropping in the cells. Breathe in, look up, exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. We're going to do 3 more rounds. If someone can't lift their arms, hands can stay here on their shoulders. Slide the hands in, squeeze the shoulders, look up. Exhale, hands slide out, tailbone tucks under, chin to chest. Inhale, look up, squeeze the shoulders. Exhale. So you see how much easier this is for someone who's had a rotator cuff experience or some other kind of injury through the shoulders. This is a nice variation where they can still focus on the flexibility of the spine. One more. Good. Take a little breath. There's one more spinal twist that you could add here. It will sort of integrate us into our next mode, which is going to be side to side. So far we've done the hips and the spine. So adding another twist, you could bring the hands to the heart. So try to bring your forearms parallel. Lift the spine tall. Turn as if you're looking to the side, and then tuck the elbow over the outside edge of the leg. So we're adding a twist and move up. Your feet are parallel to each other at this point. Breathe in, bring your body back to center. And go the other side. So first twist, and then bend forward. And pressing the palms in, point that elbow up, the arm is in the sky, the elbow points up, and look up to the sky. Come back. So our second variation of that, cross the leg over. And whatever leg is on top, same arm, or opposite arm, sorry. So we got a twist, you'll get deeper. We'll do it both ways just so you feel the difference, okay? So I have my, whatever leg is on top, you're gonna twist in the same direction. So if your right leg is on top, twist to the right. Twist. Tall spine, you can sink over top of the leg, press the palms together, point that elbow up to the sky. So the elbow that's up in the air, you're going to point it up as much as you can. And think about it as if you're moving it forward toward your head. If you think of moving that forward, that elbow forward, you'll feel it deeper. Now check in with your sitting bones and make sure they're both connected to the chair. Move up if you can. And come back. Little breath, and let's try the same side while we're here. So we're gonna hook over and see a lighter version. If I have the right leg, right arm, I'm gonna not twist as deep, but you'll feel it a little differently. Press into those palms. Look up and see how that feels through your left hip if you have your right leg crossed. Gently come back. Unwind and just for evenness in our body, let's do the other side. It will help reinforce remembering. So hands together, left leg is over, turn first to the left, then drape over, take the top arm and move the elbow forward, trying to stack the elbows over top of each other. Look up, press those sitting bones into the chair. So the sitting bones become the roots. We want to keep connected. Chair is our earth. Bring your body back, align your spine. Let's try the other side. Oops, I'm sorry. I meant turning this side, same leg. And the arm hooks over. Feel how that feels different through the hips. The top arm, we're gonna lift that elbow up. As much as you can. And then if it's possible, look up. Remember, people that have vertigo aren't going to be able to look up. So just find your breath wherever you are in the pose. Open your mouth with the exhale. Bring your body down. Align your leg. Breath. We're going to go side to side. So the great thing about using your chair as a prop, you have a straight leg chair, the legs become your support. You can do this standing, which we'll go back to, but let's start here because we're already in the chair. So sit all the way back in the chair now. So roll your tailbone back. Keep that little arch in your spine if you can. So my tailbone's all the way to the back of the chair. Now, you want to put your hands down, and I always have people touch the sides of their chair. It's a reminder. They want to have a concrete awareness that there's something there to support them. So keep one hand touching on the leg of the chair, bring the other arm out, turn the palm up at the shoulder height. You can have them follow their hand because then their eyes and hands stay connected. Stretch up. Maybe their arm doesn't go straight, maybe just they're bending their elbow, that's the variation. Move the arm behind the ear. Using the hand on the leg of the chair, slide the hand down the leg of the chair and keep stretching out through that top arm. So you feel this from under the tricep all the way down to the hip. Make sure that the hips stay connected to the chair. So your arms behind the ear, get a deeper stretch in the side. Now look up if you can. And the reason I have them look up is for two reasons. One, you want the energy moving up. But if they see their arm over top of their head, it gives them a chance to self-correct. They want the arm back. So it's not as important how far over you go in the chair. You want to try to keep the side of the body open as much as you can. Inhale, lift up. Bring your arm back to the side and return. To the other side, turn the palm up. Stretch high. Bring the arm behind the ear. The other hand's going to be sliding down the leg of the chair. Keep both tailbones and your sitting bones connected to the chair. Stretch the upper arm. Close your eyes. Check in with your face. Make sure your teeth are not connected. Long exhale. Look to the sky if you can. If you need to feel the back of the chair on the spine or the back of your body, it's a nice way to feel extra supported. Lift the hand up. Arm comes to the side. And return. Maybe you're in a mixed level class, and maybe you're in a class where there's someone that's an aide. If you're working in a nursing home or someone who has an assistant with them, and you're like, So your next option to get someone a little strengthening option, hand on the side of the chair, lift up, stretch into the sky, arm behind the ear, slide out. And when you get the person out as far as they can, lift the bottom arm. You stretch out. Keep those sitting bones connected to the chair. Feel the difference in how that feels. And putting the arms up. The other benefit to the side stretches, it's opening up all the adrenals. Remember, the benefit to opening the adrenals is that's where a lot of pollution gets stuck in our body, and this is where a lot of people have issues with cancer and dis-ease in the lymph nodes. So if you're working with people that have had chest or any kind of other problem, let's try the other side just for you to challenge and see what that feels like for yourself. Lean all the way over, and we'll try lifting the bottom arm. Reaching out to the fingers. So this is half moon pose, but you'll feel this deep into the hip. Reach out like you have a big ball bring the hands up, and then return. It's very nice. So even if you're working with a business person and they don't care about their range of motion is not an issue. These are things that they can do as a work break, where they are working and they take a 5-minute break. You just show them 1 or 2 things they could do as a way of getting the weight off of the organs. So it helps with digestion, because when you're stretching from side to side, you're lengthening the liver, the spleen, and the pancreas. So people that have digestive issues, twisting poses and side to side are very helpful. So let's do, next we're gonna do some back bends. And back bending in a chair. Forward, level 1. We're all the way forward, and the first thing we're gonna do, you're gonna think, oh man, that's so simple, but you'd be surprised. Age is not related to flexibility. When you have people that work out a lot, they are not gonna be really flexible either. So bring the hands as much as you can, lock them in toward the center of your chair. And the first thing you're gonna do is just squeeze in your shoulders, squeezing them in. So like you're trying to bring your elbows to touch each other. Lift your heart to the sky and look up. So it's a very minor back bend. Feel that open in the front of your body. It's a really sweet way to open the front of the body. Again, people that struggle with depression, they're often sinking. So you want to keep the front of the body open because that's where the diaphragm is. You want to get as much oxygen in the body as you can. So while we're here for this, we'll do another couple of variations at the end when we go into more relaxation. But while we're here, if you have a block, which after I set my thing on, I was like, oh, it's at my other garage where I teach some days. So I don't have blocks with me, which is fine. I've got a meditation pillow. And if you're working with people in their Zoom rooms, they may not have a block either. So block or pillow or cushion, whatever they have. Like when you're working with a block. The top of it is going to be right at the base of the shoulder blades. I'm forward in the chair. I'm going to put the block to the back of the chair and lean back. Your hips are forward, extend the legs out, and open the arms to the side. Again, look up. There's an easier way, but this is, again, an option for getting people to have an open diaphragm. If there's people struggling with depression, or maybe they just came out of a really rough meeting, if they do not have neck and shoulder issues, they can let their head hang back. But people that have no neck flexibility, this is not easy for them. So I'll show you how to support that neck in a little bit. If they're able to bring their head all the way back, the benefit of this, look, you are in a variation of cobra or any back bend. You're opening up the thyroid. Come out, bend the knees. Hands on the side of the chair, lift the head back over the shoulders. You could take it up a higher. Again, you have a neck person. So the block is going to be vertical on the chair, not sideways. So the top of the block is going to hit right at the bottom of your skull. So put your hand at the back of your neck and feel the top of your spine. That's where you want the top of your block or pillow. So there's a very gentle tilt back of the head. Again, someone with vertigo. Arms can still come out. We're puffing the heart forward and opening the diaphragm. And there's still a bend in the back. It is very subtle, but for some people, this is all it takes to help open up that diaphragm and start the relaxation process. Again, legs can be extended. Hips are forward on the chair. So just experience it for a few breaths to see how it feels. But when you're trying it right now, fully exhale so that you get what that expression feels like for you. The more you feel it in your body, the more you're going to be able to translate what you want the other person to let go of. Are you feeling a strain in your chest? Exhale it out. Soften your forehead. Empty your arms. Let them go limp. Bend your knees. Bring your hands to the side of the chair. Pressing through the palms, lift your body up and slide your hips back. Moving forward, let go of that block. Now we're going to sit all the way back in the chair.
I'm so tired, man. I'm so
And open up the lower back. So first thing to help that is to lace your fingers. Turn the palms out. Push up high into the sky. So push up like you're holding up the sky. Just up. Keep that energy so you're pushing up like you're holding up the sky. Press your hips back in the back of the chair. Look at your fingernails as you bend forward. So you're going to keep your chin up. Come out as far as you can. Push a little bit more through the heel of the hands. And then release your arms. So now you brought your abdomen and chest forward. Last, the head falls. With a long exhale, release your shoulders and fingertips. Allow the crown of your head to face the floor. Every exhale, let your body sink a little deeper. Keeping your body empty, draw your abdomen in, curl the tailbone under, and push your spine toward the back of the chair. Roll up one vertebrae at a time. Breath at the top. So people that have lower back issues, that's a nice way to release the back without any big effort. And the other thing that can be done is just having them lean forward, little fist, tap. This tapping is very helpful because it not only is good for the kidneys, the adrenals are here in the lower back. And the adrenals are the glands that release cortisol, which is our stress hormone. So when you have working with people that are really stressed out, get them in the habit of tapping the lower back, because that will break out any stuck energy is what they call it. And basically you're stimulating the cells to be flushed into the bloodstream, so it eliminates from the body. And push down. No. So, everyone okay? You good for neck and shoulders? Okay, we'll do neck and shoulders next, and then, so we've been going from the bottom up, and then we'll take a little break. So if you need to go to the bathroom and get a drink of water, you can do that, okay? So there's a lot that can be done with the neck and shoulders. So I'm gonna share just a few of my favorites because I found these to be helpful for any ability. Doesn't have to be done just in a chair, but it's nice that you can do it in a chair. So first thing, again, they're forward. You're gonna bring your arms out, and this is called the wise owl turns his head. That's the name of this. And what we're doing is we're working tendons. So again, I've adapted this, I'm integrating this because it's actually a Qigong move, but it's so helpful. Stretch your fingers as wide as you can make them out to the side. I like to describe it if you were a tent with tent stakes, reaching down and out through the fingers. Now squeeze your shoulders together. Pull them all the way back. Fingers are wide. Get your heart open up. Now drop the shoulders down. Stretch. Keep your fingers open, the shoulders down. Turn your head, keeping your chin parallel to the shoulder. Open your eyes wide as if you're trying to see what's going on behind you. Stretch into your fingers. Long exhale. Your fingers are open, stretching. Head is turning, shoulders are down away from the head. Breath is long and slow. Eyes are wide open. Bring your head back. Soften your arms for a moment. If your hands feel tingly, that's normal. We're working with tendons, so you may want to play around with that a little bit. And then do the other side. So we're working a lot of tension through the neck and shoulders. So spread out, squeeze, back, drop, down to the side, reach out. Take a breath and turn your head looking over the opposite shoulder, eyes wide open. Imagine you're trying to look all the way behind you. Bring your head back, release your hands. Breath. The next one is called the wise owl. Turns his head, takes a second variation, okay? With this one, I'm gonna come close so you can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna have my hands out to the side as they were, but this time your fingers are all together, and I'm gonna curl my little finger side up. And what we're doing is we're wrapping the tendons around the bone when we do that. So again, these are adapted from Qigong and Tai Chi, but they're so good. Everyone can use them. So arms are out. You can be wherever they went. Curl the little finger side up. And take that moment, squeezing in the shoulders just to help remind people to keep the front of the body open. And then drop. Roll the little finger side up. And now, keeping your arms reaching down, fingers together, little finger side curled up. Lower your ear over one shoulder. Check in with your face. Make sure you keep those teeth away from each other. Forehead soft. Open mouth, exhale. Reach down to the opposite arm. Imagine any tensions just rolling across your shoulder, draining down the arm and dripping off the end of your fingertips. Now, whatever shoulder your head is leaning over, let that arm go to the left. Soften that arm. So one arm opposite the way your head is leaning is active, and this arm is empty. Keep your teeth away from each other, soften your forehead. Try putting a little smile on your face as you imagine all that tension draining out of the body. Like a waterfall flowing down a mountain. Your eyes closed, bring your head back up over your shoulder. Release your arms for a moment. Take a breath. The more you keep your eyes closed, the more you're checking in and assessing how your body feels. You're going to do the same thing on the other side. So bring your arms out, fingers together, roll the little finger side up. Squeeze the shoulders in. Lower down to the side. Lift your ribs up so you have a tall spine. Tilt your head over the opposite shoulder. Reach through the fingers. You're near the ocean, so imagine that your breath is just like the ocean. The waves are carrying out the tension. And the arm that's underneath your ear is going to soften and go limp. Stretch down, long and slow, even and soft. Your eyes closed, bring your head back up, release your arms, your hands rest in your lap for a moment. Breath. So think of this area as very important because it's the part that separates your mind from your body. And if it's full of dis-ease, there's no way for it to get all the messages the body's trying to send to it. So we want to keep the neck area open as much as we can. This is the blood flow that goes to the brain, right? So when there's dis-ease in the neck and shoulders, it impacts our ability to receive those signals. So the next thing we're going to do, we'll do just a couple from a series that's called Swallow Opens His Wings. So our wings are shoulders. Is everyone okay? Check in here? Right? Okay. This will be the last two. We have two more and then we'll take a little break, okay? And feel free, there is a chat room if you want to, you can chat to everyone, or if you've never done the chat room before, if you go down, you see the site where I can click on chat, you'll see a little blue bar, it might say everyone. If you click on the little arrow, it's going to give you an option of all the people in the room. So you can either send it to one person or everyone. Just to review that. All right, so next one. This one is really good. Again, we're working the area from the spine through the shoulders down to the fingertips. So we're working the tendons next to the bone. Okay, bring your arms out, turn the palms up. Bring your elbows together. If they don't touch, imagination is everything, as Einstein said. Just imagine that they're touching. And when you pull in your elbows, I want you to roll the shoulders forward. Imagine you have a platter on your forearm. So this is important because, you know, we're post-pandemic. We want to have a lot of people on our party platter. Spread your fingertips really wide. Keep your wrists parallel to your elbows. Bend your wrist. So my fingers are open, spread out. Wrists are in line. Make sure you don't, some people are still in their party tray. Push out when you heel the hand, keeping the elbows together. So if we roll the shoulders, push out, spread the fingers, and breathe. Stretch the fingers. Good job. Keep the elbows pulling in toward each other. Breath long and soft. Reach for the fingers, push the wheel of the hands. Ease off. Breath. I really love these because people start sweating and you're not moving. So just remember, chair yoga can break a sweat and you don't have to go anywhere. So there's your sauna in a chair. Next, we're going to do another round. And the great thing about this series is that each move connects to the one before it. So even if you hate this, you'll learn to love it because it's very helpful in terms of opening up and getting rid of that tension. And remember, this is the back of the heart. And that's our number one killer is heart disease. And you're holding in on all that tension. It's very hard to open this area up. So this is really pivotal to getting circulation through the heart and the back of the lungs. So elbows together, shoulders forward, spread the fingers out, bend the wrist, push. Don't forget to breathe. And now, keeping your fingers spread out, Lift just the little finger. So the other 4 are going to point down. The wrist is still parallel to the elbows. 4 fingers are down, 1 finger is up. Now you know what it means to talk to the hand. If your fingers aren't cooperating, you gotta talk to them. Exhale, lift your ring finger. So 3 fingers are pointing down, 2 are reaching up. I don't know if you can see this. Exhale, lift the middle finger. So Philadelphia gun fingers are pointing out. Push the heel of the hands, shoulders forward, spine's tall. You're breathing. Lift the index finger. Lift the thumb. And now, so I'm going to show you from the side. So all my fingers are going to curl the wrist, just the wrist. Reach the fingers like you're trying to touch your bicep. Make sure that you don't lift or drape. So everything's parallel. Stretch. Push through the back of the wrist now. Are you breathing? Good. Release. Who needs a V8? Okay, we did 1 more in this series. I lied, I said 2, but let's do 3. Feels good. You bring your arms together. Stretch out, bending down. We aren't going to do as much. We aren't going to hold it as much. So hang in there. Elbows together, shoulders forward, stretching through the fingers. Exhale, lift the little finger. We do 1 breath per finger. Exhale. Ring finger comes up. Remember, the more you exhale, the more you're letting go. Exhale, lift the middle finger. Exhale, lift the index finger. Finally, the thumb comes up. Inhale, exhale. Now, breathing in, I'm going to take my fingers and the knuckles are going to come across each other. My elbows lift up, top of the wrist touch. So my fingers are facing out. Perfect. Now, like you're parting away, bring your hands out. Take a breath in. Keeping your arms out, curl the wrist. Roll the shoulders forward. Now, with your fingers curled in, you're going to open them up. So they're wide fingers. Curl the wrist up, shoulders forward. And this is where it's very important to sort of pay attention. What people want to do is pull the elbows back. That's easy. Bring them forward. So we're opening up. It's all about the spine. I'm going to create space between the vertebrae. Stretch up like you're trying to tickle yourself, but our elbows stay up, so we're never going to achieve that tickling unless you're anatomically odd. But keep the elbows forward because the wings are your shoulder blades. We want to keep them open. Yeah, if you have any pinched nerves or anything in this area, you're going to feel it. It's good way to get blood back into those areas. Release. Let your hands rest on your lap. Close your eyes. And be inside your body for a minute. Soften everything. Bring your attention to your fingertips and your palms. So the arms are also the meridian to the heart. So if you feel heat that comes up from this, that's very typical. So we're working, meridians are part of the acupuncture system, and that's what this activates to release tension and get it out of the body. How you feel? Okay? Good. All right, and here's one more simple thing you can do for the neck and shoulders, which pretty much anyone can do. You can do it standing. It's called Shape the Tree. but a variation in the chair, again, is just to get rid of the tension in the neck and shoulders. We're going to squeeze the shoulders up and then drop. Lift and drop. The key is to keep the shoulders lifting and dropping. You can go as fast or as slow as you want, but it's a long exhale. And watch, because people will be like, they can't. So really you have to force them to, force is not the right word, but encourage them to squeeze up and drop down. So start slow, because until they get loose, when you go faster, they stop. The tendency is to not lift, is to stay low and do more. But we want the full expression of the shoulders. And then just lay your eyes in your lap. Again, close your eyes, bring your attention to the neck and shoulder area. If you're feeling tingling, that's a wonderful thing. That's what we call chi, or in the Indian traditions, it's called prana. Prana is our life force energy that's moving through that neck and shoulders, and maybe you're feeling a little tingling in your head. Beautiful. That's oxygen that we have stimulated. So if you are not one to embrace the esoteric, but you believe that the body has circulation, it's the most concrete way of thinking about prana. Good. So let's take a little break. Set a little alarm for 5 minutes if you need to. And if you have anything in the chat room, you could put it in there. If you have any questions, put that in there now. And when we come back, I'll ask you a question to respond to. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a question. You can respond in an email to me. So if you have a piece of paper, you want to write it down and just send it back to me. But I think it's easier if you do it at the end of a segment instead of at the end of the day. So for the purpose of the fact that we only have really 6 hours together, I'd rather just ask you a simple question or two at the end of each of these, and then you can write it down real quick, or you at least have the question. I will put it in the chat if you prefer. And then at the end, you can keep the chat. I'll show you how to do that, or I'll send it out. But this way, you're either done today, you have until Monday to send it to me, if you want to think about them a little more, or you just write it down right away, and at the end of this, put it to me in an email, okay? All right, great. So let's do a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll take care of those things. And in the meantime, in this 5 minutes, if you want to send me a little question or comment, feel free. All right. Okay, so can everyone hear me? All right. I wrote down the questions, and there is a way, I believe, that there is a way to save the chat. If you go over to where it says in the chat down at the bottom, there's a little place that says file. Check and see if it's on yours. It's on mine. If it isn't on yours, then I can do this at the end and send it off to everyone. But you can save the file, which is the chat room. And then the questions will be there at the end too, if you didn't get them written down yet, okay? But they'll be there for the whole day anyway. Would everyone be okay if we move a little bit ahead with working on the next section, which is strength? So I have the 4 areas that I thought we would work on in this. Just these main 4 areas are the quads, knees, abs, and lower back. So the abs and the lower back and the quads can all kind of be connected. And what's essential to connecting these is that when people have lower back problems, those areas are all connected together to the lower back. So when you're working on those areas, you're essentially helping them strengthen all that. So that's the main area that I wanted to concentrate on. There's a lot of other things that can be done in this when it comes to strengthening, but that's what I thought we would concentrate on today, based on the fact that most people always say lower back, lower back, lower back. I want to work on my back, my abs. So we'll just do a few poses, and then if any of you have any area, that's speaking about what we just did now and what we're going to do next. Before we move forward, is there anyone who has any questions or comments about what we just did in terms of flexibility and working through those areas of the body? Crickets. Okay.
Not a question, just to say that that was a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. So, but in a good way.
Tougher in what way?
Like some of the poses were just as, I don't want to say it's challenging, but I can feel the benefits or the challenge as much as I would have standing up. You know, like the when you put your leg out straight and you're rotating your hip. That's not so easy, you know. Just because you're sitting down doesn't mean that it's you still
Right.
you're really working muscles, and it's working them in a different way than you would if you were standing. So there's like different benefits to doing seated yoga. Is what I'm like. These are things that I'm learning.
Fantastic.
And that shoulder one, I could barely oh my God. When you said 3 times, I was like, wait a minute. This is like the toughest thing I've done. So.
I know. Well, you're not alone. That's a killer for most people in the beginning, especially. But the beautiful thing is your body does want to open up. So it does get easier. You have to think of every time you approach something new, remember that when we started walking, we fell a whole bunch. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times we giggled. Sometimes we cried. It's going to be the same sort of feeling as you start to condition your body. But once it's open, it's amazing how it feels like, oh yeah, your body's just like, oh yeah, that feels good. So it'll come, and it comes really quickly. Usually within 3 or 4 repetitions, you'll notice a dramatic difference in how much your body opens and how much easier it is. So the hip opener that we did with the leg open should technically be in this next one, which is about strength. But while we were there, I threw it in there, because I think it's a very good way of showing how easy it is to transition from flexibility to strength in a chair. But the key to that really is making sure that the core is engaged, because otherwise not using the core makes a big difference in the impact and the quality of the outcome. So that's kind of what we wanted to focus on in this next one. With less postures, more about the quality. So it's really more about getting everything to work together instead of doing a lot of different postures. So in the flexibility, there's a lot that you can do, but also if the body's tight, it's more important to open it up before you strengthen it. Otherwise, when people have an injury, they start to build around that injury, but they never correct the injury, and then it's always a problem. So first we restore, we open, then we strengthen. And as a rule of thumb, even if you think about a traditional yoga class, you start with a warm-up, right? But in a chair class, and usually they're an hour or 45 minutes, depending on where or who and what you're doing, sometimes even shorter. You have to try to think like one pose for each area real quick, or what's just something, if this is the main thing that this person has issues with, 2 or 3 things that I can throw their direction where they'll really notice a difference in a short period of time. Chair tends to lend itself to people who have maybe a limited range of motion, but maybe even more a limited attention span. So if you're working with people that are business people, they're always on the clock. So, maybe they've got 5 minutes on their lunch hour. What can I do in those 5 minutes that are going to make them feel, oh, that was worth it? That's why I went through a lot of those for this last section. But okay, let's go on we're going to start back with the leg lifts again. And I'll keep this area shorter again, just so because we have a short period of time to work today. And each time we finish up a little segment, I want to give you a little break so you can think about what we just did and make some notes, and feel free to write during this time too. So we're going to touch back onto the quads, lower back, and abs. And we're doing this pose. So the first thing, we'll go back to that to start this section as a review and as a way of thinking about integrating everything in your body. So if you're on your chair, sit forward, and often I think in this case, I like to sit on the corner of the chair because it gives my hip more openness. But you can pick how it works for you. Again, it could be standing, but since we're in the chair, bring your hands behind you, lift up the spine, drawing your abdomen. So when I draw in my abdomen, see my hand, I'm just tucking it in. I can still breathe, but I want that abdomen engaged because this is where all movement begins. And we don't think about that enough. When you engage your abdomen, you may even feel it in your lower back. So then the hands are here to support, keep that abdomen engaged. Lift the leg and just make a little circle. Try extending out with the leg straight. And go in the other direction. What you want to watch for is people that are, they've lost the integrity, right? So if their whole upper body is moving, they're not using that core. So if you think of having them sit forward and curl the tailbone back, engage the abdomen, lift the ribs. That puts them right on their sitting bones, and then they're more aware. If they start to roll around, it's more of a awareness within their own body. So if I don't know why my alarm's going off. Apparently I set it for something. The beauty of aging. Okay, so curl the tailbone back, draw in the abdomen, lift your ribs. Feel the strength here in the core. Bring your leg out. And if you already were doing this at the beginning, try the other leg, because you'll see that one side feels stronger than the other. And now I'm not using my hands on the chair, but in the beginning, let them just make sure, keep going back and say, are you clenching your teeth? Because often people are, and they're not aware of it. Go in both directions, rest down, take a breath, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to work the muscles that wrap around the knee. It's a very similar movement, slight variation makes a big difference. And this time we're just going to sustain the pose. So first we'll just lift the leg up. And this isometric move can be enough. So push through the heel, opening the Achilles tendon. Again, feel the core, lift the ribs up. And if you're holding on the chair, you bring your hands behind you as much as you can. So the more I have my hands in the back of my chair, I can feel that I'm opening up the front of my body. It's really humid here. I don't know how it is where you are, but I have my fan on. It's just sticky in here. Come down. And what I usually do when I'm working with people is I have them count their exhale because, again, people hold their breath. So in the beginning, push through the heel. 3 to 5 breaths. If they're still able to hold it, fantastic. Go another 3. But usually 3, 5 is an achievable number where they don't feel like, oh my God, I can't do 25 minutes of this. You don't want them to in the beginning. Come down. Now lift the other leg, the first leg that you had up, and take your heel and turn it in. So the toe is out and the heel is in. Keep your ribs lifted, abdomen engaged, push through the heel. Feel the difference? So we're working the muscle that wraps around the knee, and people have a lot of knee issues. Come down, take a breath. Did you feel that in your quad? No? Yeah. Let's do the other side. Toe out, heel in. Lift the ribs away from the hips. Tuck your abdomen. Continue breathing. So people that have knee issues, this is your variation that you want to focus on, is keeping the heel in and the toe out. We're strengthening the muscle around the knee. And that's really important when people are struggling with knee issues, and it doesn't have to really, even in their 30s, people will start to have these issues. Now, we really want to go core and strength, forward on the chair, hands behind you. Again, curl the tailbone back, lift the ribs, draw in the abdomen. Take a breath in, lift both legs, flex the feet. And notice what happened to your spine. Did you lean back? Did you sink down? If you did, reposition yourself and don't think about lifting the legs as high. Don't forget to breathe. Make sure your face is soft. Bring the heels in now, toes out. Push. Feel the core doing the work. If you have your hands on the chair, make sure they're just there for balance. And lower down. Breath. Repetitions. So that one little series, whether you're doing the rolls or just isometrically, sustaining the pose with the heel flexed or the heel in, and then repeat it 3 rounds on each side. Whew, big workout, especially if you have them using the core all the time. And what you want to notice is if they are, again, be aware of this, because this is really common, because to compensate for lifting the leg higher, people will sink back to get that leg higher. It's not about height, maybe it's lower, but have them tilt back, the tailbone. Then the energy is curing the core and extending out. All right, that's one structural issues. And again, you can work the abs. You can have them sit back in a chair and lift up. So if you go all the way back, people that have balance issues, or sometimes the elderly, they want that extra support. And it could also be if you have them touch their tailbone, it feels a little more supported. A long person like me, this chair is hitting right in the middle of my thigh, so it isn't as comfortable. You just have to pick and push the heels in, toes out, flex the feet. Now the other thing we're gonna do, this seems simple, but again, as we age, things aren't as easy as they used to be. But this is a good way to work a lot of muscles at the same time. And we'll just simply go on a lift from the chair. So you want your feet wide. And in the beginning, you could have them swing their arms back. And our goal is to strengthen people, but they may need a little bit of a starter. So the arms swing. We're going to lift up and come back down. So just a couple inches off the chair. So we're doing chair pose, right? Come back down. Come up and stay. Squeeze your knees in, engage your glute, tuck your tailbone under. Don't forget to breathe. Reach out with your fingers. Sink. Take a breath. Again, you can repeat these multiple times depending on your client and the goals. Give it as a homework assignment. Again, one of the men that I work with is very, very stiff, no core, and getting out of the chair is like, so you may think that this isn't something that is complicated, but it really can be for a lot of people. And there's another little trick you can do. I want you to try this. Bring your arms forward, rotate your little finger side up. We're wrapping the tendons in the arms. Do you feel how your arms feel different when you rotate the arm, little finger up? So curl the little finger up. Draw in your abdomen, reach out. Try lifting up. Does it feel different? It's a little different because you're engaging your arms. And in honesty, when we're doing meditation practices, people who I've trained with, who've done years of meditation will say, you know, if you start to notice that your back is hurting, think of your big toe. So if you give people something else to think about, they're thinking about wrapping their hand up. And then there is less focus on the fact that they're still using those same muscles, but now they've added something else to think about. And they can find that their energy goes, their mind goes somewhere else. With this, we're going to go to using the wall. If you really want to do some strengthening things, this is a nice way to use the wall. And again, you could use the chair, using the back of the chair, and having people squat down. Or depending on their ability, you can have them here. But the thing you want to make sure is that they're not leaning into the chair, which is the tendency to always have that support. So if they bring their feet up, you're forward folding. This is a little preview to what you can do with sun salutation for people who can't bend all the way over. And then bend their knee, tuck under the tailbone. So I'm here, I tuck under. Feel how that engages your abdomen when you tuck under. And then try bringing your fingertips up to the back of the chair. See if you can let go. So you're basically doing chair, and then if they can sink down, keep the tailbone under. Under. Don't forget to breathe. And then walk back up the chair. Come down if you want a little break. But again, there's different ways to use the chair. So if you're here, feet are close to the chair. You could even have the big toes touching the leg of the chair. That's a nice way to keep them lined up. And then bend the knees. Maybe the knees come close but not touching. We don't want them to touch the chair because then they'll be dependent on the chair, right? So curl under the tailbone. Tuck. Sink down halfway. So my hands are at the top. I'm going to have them sink halfway down the side of the chair and see if they can let go of the chair. And then lift their arms up. And again, they may not be able to, but you're exploring and assessing. You have to assess before you know what they can do. Hands on the chair, release. Woo. Now, my wall is behind me. However, what's helpful when you have limited props, you have somebody at a wall, it's very good to use the wall to do your chair pose. So I have people put their heels to the wall and then take one foot and put the heel by the toe. And so I'm 1 foot away from the wall. Now bring your big toes to touch each other. My hips are touching the wall right now. My feet are exactly 1 foot, so I have the heel against the wall, and this heel is going to touch the toe of the foot that's touching the wall. And then both feet come forward to align my feet under my hip. Touch your big toes together. Shift the weight into the balls of the feet. Open your heels out as far as you can. Big toes are still touching. Leave the heels where they are. Lift your toes and lay the feet down. Now the feet are parallel to each other and they're exactly in line with the outside edge of your hips. Tailbone's touching the wall. I'm going to curl the tailbone under so my lower back is touching the wall. Bring your shoulders to touch the wall and the back of your head. So hips, lower back, two shoulders, head are all touching. Now press the outside edge of your shoulders against the wall. Lift your arms out in front of you, spread your fingers. Take a breath, and as you exhale, keep all those points pressing against the wall. Slide down. Lift your toes so you don't get toe jam. Lay them back down. Push the heel of the hands. Keep the tailbone, lower back, shoulder blades, head, all touching. Squeeze your knees in toward each other. Feel the difference in how that activates different muscles. Push the hands. Don't forget to breathe. Slide back up the wall. And sometimes people need to put their hands there, that's fine. Bring your feet back underneath you. Breath. So wall and chair were other options. And because we don't have those 2 extra hours that we have in the morning, I'm just showing you some ways that you can take these same things using the props that you might have around you. Now we're going to do the same thing, eagle. And the last one we're going to do is a forward fold. But the reason I like to do eagle at the wall is because when people do eagle, and usually if you're doing a chair class, people have balance issues, and eagle isn't going to be a pose that you would do anyway, because they're not going to be able to do it. But you could have them holding onto the chair and cross and come down. It's going to depend on how stable your chair is, right? Be careful about that. But what people tend to do when they're doing eagle is they lean forward. So what we want to do is have them come straight down the wall. So if you put that same alignment, heel toe, front leg is going to be your standing leg, the back leg is going to come over and cross. Sink your hips back to the wall and the shoulders, tuck under your tailbone, cross the legs. Sorry, I don't have another camera to show you a side view, but I have those same points touching, and one leg is crossed over the other. If you can wrap it, fine. If you can't, who cares? Whatever thigh is on top, the opposite arm comes across for eagle. Do your best to wrap the hands. Press your shoulders, head, hips, lower back, slide down. Feel the power in the legs, because what people tend to do Lean forward. And if you keep the shoulders and hips in line with each other, very different pose. Now engage your abdomen. Keep breathing. Press the shoulders into the wall to lift up and unwind. And release. Well, tiring, right? We're going to do the other side. So remember which foot you had on top? Wrap around, sink back to the wall. Feel the shoulder blades, lower back, hips, back of the head, all touching. Reverse whichever arm you had on top. Sink down. Keeping the back, hips, shoulders, and head touching the wall. Focus on your breath. Press up, unwind the legs, and release. Deep breath. And the last one we're gonna do is for core, abs, quads, all of it. It's a forward fold at the wall. And we use our heels at the wall. We're just going to slide all the way down without letting the hips move away from the wall, coming into your forward fold. And then lifting up. This is very challenging. Try to keep the hips, knee, and heels all connected. So, sorry you can't see that my tailbone stays connected to the wall. Come down, lean forward into your forward fold. So this is a good one for you to practice if you just want to build core strength and lower back. Come all the way up. Keep everything connected. So the heels, the back of the legs, and the hips stay connected to the wall. In the beginning, if you want to use a chair, you walk down the back of the chair, try to keep the tailbone connected, and then bring your hands back up. But this, you'll feel how much that requires your core to be engaged in the lower back, right? Make sure the heels and back of the legs and the tailbone stay connected to the wall all the way back up. Overcome fear. You can do it. Yes. Great job. So again, you can be using the chair, walking down the chair to help support with that in the beginning, but it's a fantastic way to really feel that your core and the quads and your abs and back are doing all the work. And in general, forward fold, you want the hips over your heels, but people tend to lean forward into the balls of their feet. So this is a good way for them to experience the alignment of a forward fold and how it helps to open up the back of the legs without compromising any of the muscles that you need for that movement to happen. When you're working with people on a chair, they're going to use the chair, but what you'll see is people tend to lean in different directions and they're compensating for having that lack of flexibility in the way that they lean forward or into the heels. So having the wall and everything touching the wall is a way for them to really sense the alignment of your body. And if your feet are placed in a wonky place, it's not going to work either. So that secret of putting the toes together and making the heels come out and then bringing your toes forward so that your feet are right at the outside edge of your hips is going to make this fold easier. And a lot of times people don't have an awareness of where their feet are. And it's really unusual, but not at the same time. You think, of course, everybody knows where their feet are. But when you start to do balance poses, watch, because you'll see people tapping their feet back and forth, like if they're not sure what foot they're going to start out on. It's not uncommon. So this just helps to get them stable. And again, when you have the big toes together, heels out, toes forward, it keeps the structure strong. Remember, you want a strong foundation for any building, or else the building will topple over. So the alignment is really important, and using your ball and that foot position. I have new neighbors. Guess what they brought with them? Big dog. So you can use this for your own training to get your core and flexibility working. But in terms of helping people become aware of how to keep that alignment, the wall is super, super helpful for that.
And the heels are supposed to be touching the wall the whole time?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's tough.
Yes, it's great, right? It's a really nice way to get a workout. Totally supported. So yes, the heels are touching. But again, if you have the alignment, so really make sure that your heels are to the outside of your hips. Because if they're in too close, I don't know. You can work it that way eventually. It's just more challenging, I think. Because usually if the legs are wider, it's harder. You have less stability. You want your feet under your body, not out. And often people don't know where the outside edge of their hips is. And I'm sure that you've witnessed this if you're teaching at any cost. You've seen people, when you say put your feet on the outside edge of your hips and their feet are really wide and you're like, oh man, your hips aren't that big. I don't know what you're thinking. So this is a very easy way, whether they're using a chair or not. Your toes, heel toe, it's very important. And it's a great little way to help you build your inner strength, because that is what you're working is the psoas muscles opening up, which is using your balance. It's all good. It's good stuff. And you know, these things don't cost much, so people don't need special props when you're doing this. They need a wall or a chair. So it's very cost efficient. You don't need spandex and blocks and props. You have things that you use around your house. Likewise, standing, the same thing we did in a chair for the legs, quads, and abs. You can do here using your chair. But if you're standing, what's helpful doing those same moves is you'll feel the glutes engage. And when you're using your glute, it helps the quads open up if you strengthen your glute. So strengthening the glutes, if people have really tight quads, the benefit to doing those poses we did earlier, squeeze in the glute, get used to using that muscle that we don't think about as using much, and you'll see what a difference it makes in balance and strength. And just try it for a moment. You can hold on to whatever you have nearby. Leg out, foot in, toes out, heel in, squeeze the glutes, feel the core. Come down, try the other side. Chair optional, but of course if you're using it for your class, lift up. As soon as you find that what you want to do, start always with the abdomen, because all our movement comes from the abdomen. Tuck under, lift the ribs. That's engaging the psoas. So right away, you're getting your psoas in the action. Doesn't matter how high the leg is. Does not matter. It can, you know, I always tell people your toe can still be on the ground. Flex the heel out, in, toe out. Lift the ribs. Feel the standing leg glute firing up. Listen to the sound of your exhale. Come down. And again, when you're working with people, have them count. I always say, I want to hear the sound of your exhale. If I get 3 out of them,
That's great. If I get a bonus 1 or 2, fantastic. Do the other side. And you can just do these all day long, and this is a great way to strengthen up the quad, abs, lower back, and glutes. Down. So again, you don't need a lot of movement. You can vary the same movement and get results. So I hope that helps. I don't want to throw a lot more into this section because again, I wanted to focus on the quads, knees, abs, and lower back and glutes because those little postures work all of that. If you want to put in the tree to open up the hip, that's fine, but we're talking about strengthening, and the isometric poses are really good for strengthening. Any questions? So sustaining the pose is when you're going to get the strengthening. When you're doing a class for strengthening, you do not need a whole bunch of postures. You want to focus on how many exhales can you hold the pose. And I focus on exhale, not just saying breath, because people will and not let it out. Okay, talk to me.
I was going to ask, if you are unable to do that, touch your toes or bend forward while heels and glutes are on the wall, what would you say would be the weakness in the body specifically for that? Or is it just like multiple things?
It is a combination of things, but usually, again, the psoas is what's involved with balance. And typically, quads are tight. So when we're trying to fold forward, we lean one way or the other to try to compensate to get lower. But the quads are usually the thing that is the tighter part of the body in this case. Hips, when your hips are tight, forward folding is challenging. So the other thing that you can do, I encourage you to try this. So when you go back to the wall, when you start to fold forward, draw on your abdomen first before you fold, because it allows your hips to unhinge. The way your body works is when one muscle is engaged, it gives the other permission to let go because it feels supported, which is why if you strengthen your glute, the quads will let go. The quads are tight because it feels like there's nothing else to support it. So if you strengthen the glutes, the quads will open up. So in combination, everything works together, but if one area is weaker than the other, something's going to compensate to try to make that difference. Does that make sense?
Yeah, got it. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun challenge, but scoop in and up through the abdomen before you fold, and you'll feel how different that feels. And in the beginning, too, for mental safety, I use my fingertips down the legs so that they know there's stability there or on the side of the wall. It just mentally helps you think, I'm not gonna fall. It's a great challenge though. It's one of my favorite postures to do because it's simple, yet it's so much involved with just folding forward. We don't think about it on a regular basis because we don't have the awareness of what all goes into that. But when you think, when you look at people and how they move, when you start doing little things like that, it helps you become more aware of like, oh, okay, that person's da-da-da is weak. Maybe one hip is higher than the other. There's certain things that when you start to become more aware, it helps you think about what you can do to help that person come back into balance.
Yeah, that helps. Thanks.
Good. On the other thing, again, we're kind of using the chair as prop this way, but certainly if they can bring your foot up on the chair and then open the knee out to the side, this is another hip opener. Notice if I'm popping, if I lift up and I just pull the knee back toward the chair, you're going to feel it in the groin. So if you were doing spread eagle and you had both legs opening up to the side, or you're sitting with your legs open you'd be opening this inner thigh area. You pull the knee back toward the back of the chair, you're gonna feel that same stretch. And this is your liver gallbladder meridians in here. So all this has to do with circulation. The foot's in the middle of the chair, pull the knee back. You can get them to walk their heel back and bring the knee over top of the ankle. Tuck under the tailbone, lift the ribs. You'll feel different things happening in this hip joint. And it kind of looks like, what's the famous Dali painting with the desert and the odd tree stump with this pose? You have to look at the Dali paintings. Anyway, so that's another way that you can use your pose, because again, if the body isn't open, it's more challenging to strengthen it. And people that overwork their body and their muscles and they're really, really strong, but they have no flexibility, means they get hurt, right? Those are the people that's going to come to you with injuries because they built and built and built and they didn't open up first. And think of a gymnast, think about Mikhail Brezhnev, or he's a great example. Any dancer, watch dancers, because when they move, their body moves. Their body moves first and then their head follows the movement. So a dancer is a really good beginning for exploring the body and how the expression of movement is not the mind working first. And in yoga, people tend to think about what they're going to do before they do it. And you got to turn off the monkey mind and open up the body. So you do that by turning off the mind. Let the body do the moving. The breath is the facilitator of letting go of the mind and opening the body. So always the breath is what you want to emphasize. What happens in the body is going to come to the best expression it can for that person. If they're not breathing, then less progress. Breath is like a river flowing. If it's not flowing, it's like you have a beaver dam. There's going to be something that's not happening. One simple way to open the hip, sit on the side of the chair and let your leg hang down. I give this assignment to my clients all the time because I know that a lot of them are Zooming all day long. Oh, my hips are really tight. So sit on the side of the chair. You can still be typing. You're supported, you're thigh, and you're just letting one leg hang off the side. If someone has hip issues, this is really an easy way. So their foot is just, I'm just going to turn it sideways. Just have my leg hanging off the side of the chair. I can still be doing my thing, I'm supported, and I've got a hip opener happening. The other thing that is very common, I think more women than men, but a lot of times we sit with our legs crossed. One hip hurts or is more tight. Because you're always crossing the same leg. Men tend to sit this way. So one leg is more open than the other. And I have a very classic example. Frank was in my class for years. He would sit down and he's on the floor and he said, I just, this leg, it will not open. I don't know, this leg, it opens fine. He's an engineer, works for the energy company. And I said, Frank, are you at your desk? Yeah. So how do you sit at your desk? I sit like this. All right, Frank, I give you an assignment. Sit like this. And 3 months later, he came in and he sat down in full lotus. Look what I can do. Because he changed that little pattern. And when the great thing about working with chair is when people start to tell you what their issues are, start asking them questions. How do you work on your computer? Is it below? Is the monitor up? Are you looking up or are you constantly looking down? Is your neck forward all the time? Are you reading all the time? Because this is traditionally, people are texting, they're looking down at their monitor. And so they're getting all this neck and shoulder stuff happening. So you want to try to pull the shoulders back lift up, and it's, oh, that really, really hurts. Of course it does, because now you've got this going on, and we need to reverse that. So the thing we did with the chair, we're gonna go the back bend. We'll come back with that with your yoga mat, and it's a wonderful option for opening up the back of the neck. But ask those questions. Find out how they're sitting and what their postures are. And then you have to also maybe even give them a prop, because people become so unconscious they can't tell you that when they're writing or reading, they have their head turned to one side. And the other thing that people do over the last year, not so much, but when they were working or going out in the house into the world, usually a bag over one shoulder. So, if they got all their weight on one arm all the time, maybe it's a baby buggy or, diaper bag, whatever it is, computer bag, this arm's going up to compensate for this arm that's holding all the weight. Where's the kink? Here. Get them to put the bag on this shoulder so that they're evening out where the weight is. Because if there's an impact in the shoulder, often the opposite hip is an issue too. Watch and just pay attention. If they have a left hip, the right shoulder is going to hurt, or vice versa. Because again, the shoulders sit on top of the hips. So when there's a shoulder issue, find out what's happening with the hips and start there. Work your way up. Does that make sense? I hope. Good. Any questions? Yes? No? Wow, that hour flew by fast. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's some things on strengthening, balance. We'll just do a couple things with balance, because, I think that we have addressed how the chair can be used for balance in different ways. With strengthening or opening, is the same as a wall. But there is a nice little hip opener that I'll throw in here when we're thinking about balance. A couple of balance things. Tree can be challenging for people. This, just lifting the knee up as an option to this is a nice little balance thing, because if you take a moment to lift your knee, you put the foot down and then tuck under, lift up and lift the knee, you'll feel how much more free the hip is. So those minor adjustments. And again, it's about the psoas muscle. So a tuck under, there's a natural curve in the back. And for some, they have lordosis or other issues with the spine. So tucking under the tailbone helps to lengthen the psoas. And remember, the psoas starts at the lowest rib in your back. It goes underneath the abdominal muscles. It goes through that opening in the hip and attaches to the front of the thigh. It's the only muscle that goes from bone, which is your rib, the lowest rib, down through the hip and attaches to muscles. So it goes from bone to muscle. It is what impacts the pelvic health. And as people age, you'll see they're going like this or like this. And you see this a lot with bodybuilders, right? The bodybuilder walk, where they're walking around because they go their abs so much. They have really weak lower back, but they've got this great 12-pack ab, and they're walking around like they have no butt because they haven't been strengthening the lower back at the same time. Ribs up, tuck under, lift up. And again, that length here not only keeps the diaphragm open. Anxiety, depression, it's a lack of oxygen. Anxiety is depression. They're connected. Like fear is anger turned inside out. It's the same thing. Tuck under, lift up, try the other side, and holding on. down. And then holding onto the chair, reach for the ankle. And I never use straps because I find when people use straps, a different part of the body is working than what we want. We want the body to just open up at its own pace. So if they can't find their pant leg, give them some bell bottoms and give them more fabric to hold on to. But it's the weight of their leg is doing the work instead of a strap. Pull in the heel, and the other thing you can have them do, often the knee is forward, so just pull the knee back and you'll feel it opening up the front of the hip. So holding on to your chair, pull the knee back to touch, have the knees tap each other on the side, and you'll feel this opening the front of the hip more. Again, this groin area, it gets clogged up because we sit all the time. We're going to talk more about that. The leg over the chair is really imperative. Again, there's a lot of lymph nodes in here. When people get sick, this lymphatic system is a big component to illness. Pull the knee back, open the front of the hip. You can use your chair or you can use it a balance pose. So this is your dancer pose if you want to get into the traditional posture using the chair, then forward if they want. But it's key, I don't care about the balance pose in the beginning. I want them to feel the lift up in the openness. So they're pushing the foot. So try push your foot into your hands. Feel the energy moving back. The ribs lifting up. So you feel that length in the front of the body. And if it feels comfortable, lean forward, but that's secondary. And that standing leg has a bend in it. And they don't ever have to lean forward because if all they're doing is pulling this leg back, they're opening up the hip. You should be able to feel that in the hip socket. Slowly release. And just do one more on the other side with a little bit extra, pulling the foot back. So push the foot into the hand. So energy's moving back away from you. Lift the ribs up. Feel that length in the front of your body. Push the foot back. So the compression isn't in the lower back because we're lifting up. Leg is bent, so we have that little bounce. And I want to feel the front of my body open more than the lower back compressing. Come back and release. And if they have it in their lower back, tuck under. Or brush down. Okay, so your wall and chair can be used very similar. Often you may not have a wall. Chair can be done the same way. So if you are doing forward folds, just as a review, the back of the chair can be used. If someone has more mobility, then they could come here and then walk down. It's all in a matter of what that person's able to do. And we want to think about what they're able to do so they're capable of doing whatever we're trying to show them. Let's see. So, for our time, is there any other postures anyone wants to go through at this point? Anything that you can think of? You can unmute and shout it out. Any thoughts? Before we go on, we'll take another little quick break and then we'll do the sun salutation in a chair. Comments, questions, poses that you are curious about? No? You're awesome. Okay, questions, nothing?
I was gonna ask, I think we kind of covered pigeon a lot with this, but a pose that I often do before I go on pigeon is this one, and
Lunge.
then go down into the pigeon pose. What is a good one? Like that's opening the hips this way from like the chair or something.
Okay, so in that lunge that you're doing, what you're opening up is the front of your groin, right? So, real quick, in a chair, first step, and again, I can show you a picture of my client because I asked her and she said it would be fine to take a picture of her. When we get ready to start our sun salutation, I'll show you what I do with her. First step, leg down. So here in a chair, it's very easy for them to have alignment. If you sit all the way back so that it's easy for them to have their ankle and knee over top of each other. The thigh is all the way to the front of the chair. First step, leg hangs off. Second step, bend the toe under. And then push back through the heel. So you want to have them straighten the knee. And you're going to feel the stretch here. Is it as deep? No. Usually a person in a chair isn't able to get on the floor to begin with, so we want to start with what they're able to do, right? If you have them pushing back through the heel and opening the back of the leg, you're going to feel it in the front of the hip. Again, we're leading into the sun salutation with this little move, but so this may be where one person is and another person in your class is they're feeling frustrated. So you lift up. So now the chair is removable, but they're in their lunge the same way. And they can be sinking down. Air is beside them, but they've just used that chair as their lift up. So they're back on the chair, push back, lift up, sink down. Not on the chair. Beside me, very close, but I'm not using it. Then sink back down on it. Push back to the heel. To the heel. And then shift back to the chair. Yeah. It's a little bit of a strengthening pose, but also an opening at the same time. And then your figure four is the second part of that pigeon pose. So pigeon, your leg is behind you, your foot is forward, and you're in pigeon, right? On the floor. You would have the leg back and this leg bent forward. But here we're just doing one half at a time. Silent. The other little hip opener you can do is not as effective, but crossover, wrap the feet around each other, lean out, and it too can work in the glute area, side of thigh. This goes deeper, but everyone's a little different. And then if they're able to, you can have them bring their ankle back toward their hip. So instead of over the knee, slide it back and lean forward, and you'll get deeper. Again, bringing the ankle over the knee is not easy for a lot of people. So if they're here, that's awesome. And they maybe their knee is very high. So if you are sitting on the ground and you're doing this pose, then you have people pushing their knees down. But if they cross their leg and their thigh is up, they can use their hand on their knee to press it down. And you're going to feel it in the hip, same area, same hip joint. That's what we're working. So just press down or elbow, lean forward, like the tone story. But they can have the shoulder and the elbow leaning down, adding that exhale. This is going to open more, more in here. Whereas if I'm using this, I'm going to feel it more in the front of my hip joint So pushing down with the knee or using the thigh, it's a little different variation of how you open that. Both are important. But try both sides and just see how it feels on both sides. You can lean out like you're telling your story. Or sit back and just press the knee down, using your hands on the knee. Can be sore. And then if they are able, slide the heel back. The knees could be stacked or close together and lean out over top of it. You want to feel it on the side of the thigh. Just roll over. And these are all ways to get deep into those areas that your pigeon posture opens. Good posture. Okay. The second part of pigeon is the groin. So this is the part that opens up the groin area. The first goal, and for my lady that has given me the picture, she and other women, and I think it has to do if they've broken an ankle or something, but a lot of times it's very hard for people to bend their toes under when their legs behind them. So that's your first step. See if they can bend their toes under, because her foot kind of drags and it's not easy. You have to really go with what your client's able to do. But when I tell her to straighten the back of her leg, that translates better for her in her mind than telling her to bend her toes under. It's just how she's processing things. And then also in a chair, what's really nice is whatever they're, okay, both hips are going to face the windows. So then she can, so see if you can pull that other hip back. So both your hips are facing whatever is in front of them. And while we're here, let's just go ahead. You can lift your arms up for warrior. And again, chair people, they may need to have one hand. So I have her start with one hand up. And then she'll switch. And then if she feels safe, both hands go up. And if it's a great day, we're going to reach around and put both hands on the back of the chair. And turn, look over the shoulder. This is a wonderful spinal twist. But look, if you were doing your warrior twist, right? But here you just use the chair, hold on to the back of the chair, because we want to feel that twist. This is really what we're working, is the spine and the abdomen. We're bringing out the organs. Just twist, look over the shoulder. And then as you come back, step the knee together. And then we can easily slide to the other side and try it on the other side. So this is how I have her change to do a warrior. And again, I do the same thing, because one side she feels more confident lifting both arms, but I always give her the option of leaving one hand on the chair. It's a safety thing. Mentally, the more safe, the better. Right? And then turn, put both hands on the back of the chair, and twist the knee over the shoulder. And then this is where I remind them, keep pushing through the back of the knee so that knee is up. And coming back, we're going to both feet together. So that's a great way to open up that whole hip area. Get your warriors in, feel very safe about doing it. And then when you can see that they're stronger, see if they can lift up off the chair. Because remember, this is an extension of these. We were doing this. It's the same movement. So once they're doing this, And then you get them to do this, they'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm doing that. So it's a way that you can start, when you see that they're able to do this, they'll need convincing, but they'll be able to also do this because it's the same muscles. And that's how you build their confidence. And then maybe, the next time, like, well, let's just see if we can't do that. Feet close to the chair, step back, one hand up, both hands, okay, bring your hand in the middle, lift this and cartwheel it out. Look over your hand and bring it back. Step in and change sides. So this way they're using their chair, and again, it depends on the chair, but sometimes this is a nice way for them to see that their knee is right over their foot because they can kind of check it out. And then they're opening up the lymph nodes. They're lifting up and rolling back. Bring a little twist in. But again, you're going to learn a lot about what they can do with their shoulders. Arthritic shoulders, probably not going to work. Maybe they just bring their arm, swing it down and back. So this is going to open the lymph nodes more, but if they have shoulder rotation issues, maybe they just swing it back. There's a way to find a way to make it successful. And then if they can, their hand comes off the chair. But that's always there for help. Okay? Is that okay?
Yep, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about where? Okay. Anybody need another little break, a little water break? Get up and jump up and down. I know you got a trampoline in your house somewhere. Okay, I'm here. I'm just gonna get some water myself, but anybody has any questions? And again, for strength, I want you to just think about how the chair and wall can be used. It doesn't require a lot of movement. If any of you have any other things you want to add, please feel free. Anyone use any other way of strengthening with the chair? Nothing you can think of? And you'll think about it at 3 a.m. It's usually oh, what about that one? Hey, you could have them lift the chair with the little upper body. All right, well, get yourself water break or whatever you like. Give you 5 minutes and then we'll come back and we'll do more sun salutation variations and then we'll finish up with some relaxation stuff. I'll give you another question or two to think about.
Has anyone got rain in their area? We keep getting all these severe thunderstorm warnings, and there's nothing but humidity here. How you doing? Doing all right? You have any questions?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Deanna, do you teach classes, or are you a personal kind of yoga instructor, one-on-one?
Good question. Well, I do both.
You do both?
The gym that I taught at pre-pandemic is not going to open up again. However, I have a mailing list and I do weekly classes on Zoom with that. I teach at the Cancer Support Center. Those are group classes. We've been on Zoom. They're reopening next week. So actually Sunday I'm going for their kickoff event.
Okay.
That way I'll be there at the center just for the Qigong. I teach Qigong and Tai Chi as well. So the Qigong will be live and the yoga is still going to be on Zoom. And I have yoga clients that I go to their home.
Yes, see, I've been doing the Zoom classes for since April of 2020. So it's over a year, and the people have kind of, a lot of them have gotten used to it. They like it. They don't want to leave their houses now.
Yeah, there's that part. And then there's the other part where people are zoomed out and done.
Yeah.
They don't want to be on Zoom any more than they have to be.
I got that too. And then also they're, they want to see each other. They want to be connected personally.
Yeah.
True. So
I will share, I don't know how well this is going to come across on the computer, but this is my gal Pilar. She's 78. This is her doing her chair yoga.
Wow. That's excellent.
Just to share with you that it's always an option. She does a really good job for the days that she can get out of bed.
Oh, wow.
Depression's really hard, but it's been a little village getting her going. And I just want to remind you that it never matters in my whole years of teaching, whether it was in a school or a yoga class or whatever. If one person feels like they benefited, you've done your job. Don't feel like you need to have a sea of people in front of you to feel successful, because those people that have that sea of followers, it's more cultish than it is about the benefits of knowing that you're really helping the people that are in front of you. And I would much rather teach 5 people and know that those 5 people are people that I'm clearly aware of what their needs are.
Right.
I have 45 people, which I have done, and I tell you, then there's no way that you can pay attention to what everyone's doing. And I would rather make sure that people walk away and they're feeling like they didn't get hurt, than having someone walk out and later talk about it in the locker room or somewhere else. Social media is all over the place. So it's a CYA period in time. Make sure you're covering your actions.
Yeah, I'm concerned because I teach 2 different categories of people that are seniors, and then I got the people at 6 o'clock at night after work. So they're a different ball game, and they're used to doing the yoga on the floor, and I think they would really like what you're doing, this chair stuff. It's so I don't know, I don't explain it. It's just so therapeutic.
Well, they're not going to know about it unless you introduce it. So sometimes it takes someone saying, hey, today we're going to try this.
We're going to try something different today.
Think about the first time you ate green ice cream. Who in the world would ever think that?
Yeah.
There's always someone needs to introduce it. And it's not that they wouldn't like it, it's just that they haven't had the experience yet. So
I remember I took your course years back when you did yoga on the floor.
Yeah, most of my
you were so flexible. You were incredibly flexible. I was amazed.
Well, it's important to me. It helps me feel like I'm alive. We're going to go ahead and start with
Thank you.
I think we have a severe storm.
You're fabulous, by the way.
Oh my
You're
God.
fabulous.
Thank you. That's really kind.
You're such a good instructor.
Well, I appreciate that. My goal is just to help you with whatever I learned, and I only like to share what I feel comfortable with. There's other things I could share, but you know, there's 100 ways to go with this.
I think this is the best class I've ever taken from AAAI.
Wow, that's
Yes. I have their aerobics and their personal training certifications, and you are the best. And I'm not kidding, you know, I'm not just saying that, you know, I just think you're very thorough and you're very, you know, very considerate of everyone learning here.
well, I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't concerned about the people in front of me. And you know, the one thing you have to keep in mind is when you're doing yoga, you can have your own practice, but if there's people in front of you, you need to be thinking about them more than your own self. And it's not, I mean, I can tell you, again, my experience in the classroom is fantastic because I go in, okay, today, kids, we're going to do this. And then all heck would break loose. There's no way that lesson plan was going to work. You know, kids flopping off the wall, or maybe there's a fire drill in the middle of it. You just got to be able to switch gears really quick. The same is true when you go into a room, and especially if you show up and maybe a place just hired you, especially in a gym, you never know who's going to be there. It isn't like signed up. If you're in a position where they signed up and you got the same people each week and you know who they are, what they can do, whole other ball game than gym showed up, then you never see them again. And you have no idea, did they get hurt? Did they traveling through town? No one knows. So you have to really gear in and tune into what's in front of you.
Yeah, and you know what?
More than your own self, because they're number one. Or especially now that we have Starbucks yoga teachers.
Yeah. Starbucks yoga
Hundreds of yoga teachers. There's hundreds of them. When I started out, there was 3 in all of Philadelphia.
You mean all these Starbucks have yoga now?
No, I mean there's a yoga studio on every corner, just like there's a Starbucks.
Oh, that's true. It's everywhere.
And there's hundreds of people in those studios being trained to be yoga teachers. So you gotta keep
Like it takes years to get to where, you know, you're a good teacher. It takes a long time of practice.
It does, but also read and remember to take other people's classes. I love taking other people's classes.
Yeah, that's true. I belong to Yoga International, and I take classes with them. You know, I pay them, I don't know what it is, $30 a month or $20 a month, and I take classes. And I got to because I get so bored. I have to find new ideas, you know.
Right. And you also have to remember that each person teaches differently. It could be the way they describe something or the way they don't. And I tell people, if you walk away and you think, I'm never going to teach that, you learned something.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they were doing brought your awareness to the fact that that cue was not working. And when you go into a class as a teacher, without anybody knowing you're a teacher, it allows you the chance to kind of listen to what the instructor's saying, but also observe. You want to listen and observe, whether you're teaching or you're participating. How are people translating what's coming out of the mouth? What are they hearing? Because if any of you are in a relationship, you know what comes out of your mouth isn't always received in the way that you wanted it to be received.
Yeah.
So that's really an important takeaway to continue practice with your own quality by always measuring how are people receiving the words coming out. We have a few storms, so give me a second to close my door, and then we'll do our sun salutation so we can stay on our task. What were you going to say, Donna, before I go? Real quick.
That was great.
Okay, I'm just going to... It's like pitch black now. All right, let's do some sun salutation. Everybody ready? Salute the sun now that we have a big storm coming in.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain here in where I live, close to Reading, Pennsylvania, in Allentown.
Oh yeah, nice. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is our sun salutation in a chair, and then we'll do it using the chair as a prop, okay? And I don't know, the electricity might go out. I'm just throwing it out there, but I'm in the city and usually it doesn't. But you know, in that case that it does, I will send you questions and we'll reconvene another time if we need to get through this. All right?
Yeah, just in case.
To answer the questions that I put in there. Also, another thing I want to point out when I'm teaching on Zoom, and especially in a chair, I always sit at an angle because that gives people a chance to see that I'm in my chair. And if you're frontal all the time, then people can't really see what's going on behind you. So we're going to start out with your feet underneath your knees, forward in the chair. We're going to do our sun salutation. So there's many ways to do sun salutation, and one thing you want to keep in mind is it's like choreographing a dance. I've never taken a dance class, well, a couple times, and it was not pretty. But when you think about how people come in and out of a pose, that is part of what you bring to it. The way that I like to teach the sun salutation, when you lift up, let's just do this first. Lift your arms up. So as you reach up, feel what that stretch feels like. Now, since we're in a chair, we can add a variation. So bring your arms down and lace your fingers. Turn your palms out. Push up to the heel of the hands. Notice how that feels a little different. So it opens up the whole front of your body. If you push up to the heel of the hands, you'll feel it lifting the weight up off the organs a little more, and that's our goal. So look up and either reaching up with your hands apart or hands laced. Look up to the sky, and maybe they're able to lean back. If not, they're leaning forward. So look out at your fingertips, fold from the waist, and all the way down. People could have their hands on their knees or on their thighs. I'm just going to do what works for them. They don't have vertigo. Head's going to hang down, forward fold. Inhale, lift up halfway, and for this, I'm going to have them come up a little more, hands on the knees. Exhale, fold down. Inhale, lift up. And now you're going to slide. So again, I'm going to be on the side of the chair. Step back, so slide one leg back. So we were in lunge, and again, if people have lower back problems, they're going to be like this. When people have lower back problems, they lean forward. In lunge, you would be leaning forward anyway, if this is your sun salutation. But in a chair, if they're here, you want to try to encourage them to lift and bring the shoulders over the hips. And here's what I want you to try. Lean forward like this. Draw in your abdomen. And then shift your hips, your shoulders over your hips. When you engage your abdomen, it keeps the space in the lower lumbar open. So it's an easier way of preserving the lower back. So we're here. We're going to try to lift up if we can. Lean forward. Bring both feet together. Sink down. Roll back up. We have to modify because you are in a chair. We're going to rotate to the other side. So bring your feet around. Lift up. Fold forward.
Lift up halfway, pull forward. We're doing a couple extras of these, so we're opening up the lower back. We're talking beginner yoga. Come all the way up. Again, they might need to hold on to the chair in some way, so give them options. They can put their hand on the chair, slide that leg back. So one hand is here, the other hand's in the back of the chair. Lower back people are leaning forward. Maybe the leg's just hanging over the chair. So try to see if they can push back through the heel. Shoulders over the hips. If they can, we're gonna lift up. So there's many different variations and expressions that you can play with. And we've already kind of gone over warrior, but if you were in a lunge. So lunge and warrior, basically the same thing when you're in a chair. Okay? Come down, let them lean forward because that helps them release the weight off of the leg. And then step forward. If they're able to keep the shoulders up, you are going to have to play around with what you have available in front of you. Try not to chastise a person if they're in a position that you think isn't working. Go very slow. Be very methodical in the beginning because you want your assessment is what are they able to do? And then again, if you want to stay in this and reach up and around, you can bring the other arm up. And let's just play around with how you can do exalted warrior. So this hand comes down, palm faces up, reach up, stretch high. Feel that stretch down through the side of your body and your hip. Look up at the hand, bring your arm back by your ear. Keep pushing the back of the knee up. And the hand slides down if it's able. And then you can bring your arm back up. Bring the elbow on the knee. Lift the arm up. Bring the arm behind the ear. Stretch. You want to make it power. Lift the bottom arm. Otherwise, this arm stays here. But this is a really nice way for them to see that all the energy is in the top part of the body. Because what you're finding, people are going to sink down. We don't want them sinking down. Gravity is always bringing us down. So when they're here, remind them, bring the ribs away from the thighs. So lift, I always say lift your heart because that is a cue where they're thinking about bringing the top part of their chest open. Bring the arm back down, look at the hand. You could have them bring their arms up, spin their chest toward their leg, and once again, turn to the back of the chair, hands to the back of the chair, twist looking over the shoulder. And again, try opening the arm so they could open the arm behind them. Bring the hand back, legs come together. And go to the other side. And we'll do that warrior on the other side. So we step back. And lift the arms up as we did before. Try rotating the arm back. Lift the hand up. Stretch up, lean back if they're able, but keep lifting up through the heart. So again, pull the heart up like there's a string on your heart. This keeps you from compressing the lower back. So the chest is lifting up so the lower back stays open. Bring your hand and body back up. Lift both hands up into the sky. And now turn to face the back of the chair. Grab the back of the chair if you can. Turn, look over the shoulder. And whatever arm's behind you, open it out. Bring your hand back. Come back up. Open the arms out. Touch the elbow to the knee. Lifting the arm up, stretch. Reach, reach, reach. See if you can lift that bottom arm. It's just there for balance. Or if you want to make it strength, both arms come out. Push through that back leg. Press into the heel. Feel the power. Bring your hands up. Exhale. And now, if you want to really make it fun, back leg and arms sweep together. And down. So I'm adding all kinds of little variations in there because there's 100 different ways that you can do the sun salutation in the chair, but it's all going to depend on who your client is. I hope that makes sense. Now, let's do some other variations. So you're in your sun salutation. So we've done our forward fold. Rolled up. Lunges we're going to say for when we're standing doing the chair. The main thing to keep in mind is that the important thing of a lunge is that you're opening up the groin, and that's where the lymph nodes are. So if their leg is just hanging off the chair, it's a variation of lunge. Try to get them to open the back leg. So push through the back knee. And for chair yoga, in my opinion, this is, you can also, I have my cancer ladies tap, because lymphatic stagnation is what helps the cancer to grow, and then it spreads through the lymphs. So the lymph nodes are what we want to keep open, and that's why lifting the arms up, and if they've had, breast surgery, it could be breast reduction, you don't know who you've got. Maybe they can just lift their elbow, so they lift the elbow up. And that, you've got a lot of things to think about. Is there arthritis? Is there scar tissue? What is it that they're able to do? Or what are we able to do, not what we aren't able to do? If they can't do a back bend, it does not feel safe to them. The variation is legs come together. I've got my hands on the back of my chair. I'm squeezing in the shoulders and I'm looking up. And then I fold down. And I lift up my hands. And I bring my hands down. I'm going to try a figure. I'm going to do a little hip opener. So I would add my pigeon in, cross over. Hands down the side of the legs. I'm using it for support. Point the chin out. You come out from the waist. Sink down. Draw in your abdomen. Tuck your chin. Roll up through your spine. One vertebrae at a time. Unwind the leg. Try the other side. Fold out, so point the chin. Long spine. Remember, there's no prize. You can't give them a stuffed animal on Zoom if they did put their head to their knee. So you want the abdomen to come out first, and then the chest, and then the head. Back up, unwind. Let's bring our arms up, palms together, hands to the chest. Rotate, bring your elbow to the outside of the knee, look up. Think of having them lift that elbow up. Come back up. Hands to the heart, other side, so lift the ribs, tall spine, twist, 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 elbow over the knee, point that elbow up in the sky, turn your head to look up. Inhale, bring your hands back to center. The other option for that is your lunge. So you're on the side of your chair, Step back. And elbow over the outside of the knee. And look up. Other option, while they're here, the bottom hand can go down to the floor, other hand up. Maybe they bring their arm behind their back. You can practice a bind. You don't have to worry about balance this way. You're just worried about opening the shoulders. Bring the body back up. We'll do the other side so your body feels the same. Whether it's good or bad. Step back. Lift up, hands together at your heart. Twist. Elbow over the outside of the knee. Look up. Rest through that back leg. So make sure the knee isn't bent. You want it active. You're pushing back from the heel. And this is a place where you could have them lift their hips up off the chair. And come back down. And lift up. Hand on the floor, hand in the sky. Or try a bind. So, gotta get my hand over there. Push back through the knee. Lift up. Move body back. Hands to the heart. And back. Breath. Standing balance pose. Bringing your body forward. Lift the leg. Lower down. Instead of tree, we're just working on strengthening the legs. Because if they're in a chair, balance is an issue and we need to strengthen up. Heel in, toe out. So do one round with just pushing through the heel, and then do another round, heel out, in, toe out. See if they can think about the integrity of the pose, and that means that if they're holding on, let go and see if they can hold the core. If they roll back, they're not ready yet. Just keep the hands behind them, lift up, and think about the chest lifting up. So a string is on your heart, and that keeps the body lifting up. Otherwise, people tend to lift their shoulders, and they don't think about lifting the ribs. So if you think about the heart, immediately you get the front of the body opening up. Come back down. Opening the hips. So heels in, knees open. So remember, sun salutation and the set of asana all go in as part of it. Bring the knees together, spinal twist, right leg over the left. And you can see who your crowd is, maybe right arm, right leg, twisting, looking over the left shoulder. So if you have people that have really large breasts or a large abdomen, a big girth, same leg, same arm. That's the easiest way for success. If they're able to do the alternative arm and leg, it's going to get deeper into the lower ab and spine. So, and again, stimulates the brain, and that's really the key to that. Lifting up, twist. Come back, unwind. Other side. So again, think of the body types and don't even demonstrate something that the lowest common denominator can't do. We're working for success. Start with the lowest ability. And after you've done that a few times, then introduce, here's another option for other people that want to try it. But first, we're building confidence so they feel competent And then come back. One the leg. Do one more forward fold, slowly up. Hold, exhale. When their whole body's empty, start the movement with the abdomen. Draw in the abdomen, tuck under the tailbone, push your spine back like you're pushing it out of your body. Examine each vertebrae as you roll up through your spine. And now let's use the chair if we are standing up. So the first thing we can do is do your chair. Tuck under your tailbone. Stretch, stretch, stretch. What are you doing with your teeth? Are you breathing? Sink back down. And breathe in. Reach through the fingers, tuck under the tailbone. And now lift all the way up. Over camera. And come down. So we're going to use the chair. If we're doing our forward fold, so one arm could go up, one hand can stay on the chair. Again, it's, we're working with all different ranges of motion. So let's just think about how we can make them feel safe. Come down, and again, the man I mentioned had a major concussion, so he's got vertigo as a result of that. So he can't go down very far to begin with because he's really, really unflexible. But holding onto the chair is going to give that sense of security and also allows him to walk down. Eye gaze can stay forward until they go down as far as they can. And if you're working with someone with more range of motion, just have them keep going. And then walk back up the chair. And they may need to take a break. Step one leg forward. One leg back, so they're up on their toe. Sorry, I've got that pillow in the way. Bent toe, push back through the heel. Give them a chance to assess the ankle and knee. And if they can, one arm or both comes up. They may need, sometimes it's just mental. They can do it, but they aren't trusting themselves. And then think about what they need to do. So start by drawing in the abdomen. Put the weight in your front leg. Lean forward. All the weight's in the front leg. Step forward. And you could just have them practice that much because it's very challenging for some people. Let's step back with the other leg. Bend the knee over the ankle. Push back through the heel. Make sure they're breathing. Again, hands can lift up, or you can, know your client. See if they're able to do whatever variation you want them to play with. Get them used to thinking about where the weight is. So mentally, we're going to put all the weight in the front leg. Draw in your abdomen. Lean forward. Momentum is moving forward. Step into the front leg. Both feet come together. Great. And that is one thing that you could practice 2 or 3 times so they just get used to stepping forward. And I do a whole thing with them with balance where they're substantial and empty. So one leg is full and the other leg is empty. Empty, full, empty, full, empty, full. And if you get them practicing that, that'll really help them build their strength. So if you're in your lunge, full leg, empty leg. Notice how my body's forward. I want to keep the stability moving forward. The other way they could use the chair, they could come down. And maybe this, again, vertigo people, they're only gonna come halfway. Maybe they don't have as many mobility issues, but they're using that chair in this way. Sorry, my camera's a little bit too low. Exhale, and then they can step back. If their foot's next to the chair, big toe touching the chair, knee might touch the chair. It's still not going to be over the toe line. So if the toe's touching the knee, that's the limit. That way they won't go past the toe line. So that's one way of using it. The other thing you could do, which again, I left my blocks after I sent out that beautiful little thing. If you have a block, this can be done at the wall too. Put the block there between the chair and the knee, and that makes the knee go right over top of the foot, the knee over the ankle. Step forward. And try the other side. So your props can help them get a sense of alignment, that the knee is right over the ankle when you have the block between the chair and the knee. And the other thing that you can use your chair, bring the foot up onto the chair. And they can be using, maybe they can't lunge back, but they can lift up. So here they can do another variation. So they're not really doing a lunge, they're doing a standing lunge. Hands down, step, step. Maybe you just have a step stool, you think about what they have in their house that they could use for a prop. Walk down. They can change to the back. They can hold on, come down halfway, open their feet out to the side. So let me come so you can see what I'm doing. My feet are apart. Hold on to the middle of the back of the chair. Bend down like you're in a squat. So this would be your chair variation using the back of the chair. Squeeze the knees in. Yep. One hand can come up. Both hands come up. You could have them step on the chair, lean all the way forward, step back just a little bit, and then walk themselves up. Sink forward. So the hand could be on the chair and the knee, and they start opening up that hip. So the chair in sun salutation is not about creating that flow. It's about breaking every posture down and thinking about how many ways can you design that one posture where you're making it possible. Not that they can't do it, it's possible. Sink. So we're just opening the body nice and gentle, giving them a sense that they're able to create that variation. And again, the other thing with your foot on the chair, turn. Pull the knee back. Look at that hip opener. And just let the hand push the knee toward the back of the chair. Put it right in the joint. And then arms can come out. They could do this. Elbow on knee, stretching out. A nice side stretch. On the other side. So usually I have them just walk around their chair. Depends on what we're doing. But pull the knee back, elbow down. So again, if you're working multiple levels with the chair, your job is to hop around that chair and do as many variations in the chair, around the chair that you can, so everybody in the class can do something. Lift up. Good. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the chair as a prop for relaxation and back bends. So we've done this so far, lifting up, squeezing, looking up. Let's say you have someone who wants to use, they want to go deeper in their back bend. So this is two extremes, but they really work if the person's goal is to enhance their flexibility. They just have to have no fear. So the first thing you do is you put the hips right near the back of the chair and throw your legs up on the back of the chair. Your center of balance is still going to be here. Sink back. And your arms out. Now, if you have a metal chair, it's not going to feel comfortable. Like this is not comfortable so much. Normally, the chair hits right under your shoulder blades, so you can see how it allows you to open up a little deeper. But the great thing about this is, if you have your knees back here, you feel like, oh my God, I can't believe that I'm not tipping over. But look, you can lift your leg and you can practice doing chair. Chair pose in a chair. Who ever thought?
That's boat pose.
I mean boat. I'm sorry. Thank you.
That looks like boat pose.
Duh. The other thing you can do is holding onto the back of the chair, dancer pose. So dancer pose in a chair, and I have them hold onto the side of the chair this way because again, when you're forward, what the rounding of the back is what we want to try to keep from happening. And yes, you're tucked under, but you're not using your abs, and we want to keep the core. So if you have the side of the chair next to the leg that you're opening up, if you were doing dancer pose, this helps keep the body more stable. You can hold on to it. Okay. And then I'm just going to rotate. So normally they would just reposition themselves in the chair, but I'm repositioning my chair instead. So you can see what I'm doing. Lift up, up, up. And gravity's always pushing us down, so the energy's always looking up. So if you see someone struggling, see where their gaze is. It's usually down. Have them focus up. Look up at the line between the ceiling and the wall. That's a very good eye level because that's about 70 degrees. Or they look at the toe or whatever it is you're lifting, and that way the energy's moving up, which is why when people meditate, they always focus on the Ajna chakra between the eyes. It's the only chakra that's above the neck. Everything else is down. And if you want your energy to go up, you need to focus up. So when you're working with people, see where their gaze of their eyes are. If their eyes are closed, that's great because then their focus is inward. When you're doing balance poses though, you want the mind and the intention to be going up. So we lift up through the torso and we look up. That's where we want our energy to go. And energy follows intention. So if you put your intention, pretend until it happens. That's also key. Imagine that it's there before it gets there. It's no different than when you are trying to do something that is a new task and you see other people, you're like, what makes that happen? The first time you did a balance pose, right? All of a sudden you're like, oh, I got it. And as soon as you thought, I got it, you fell because you were thinking about it. So you have to shut off the mind, open the breath, and focus on where you want that energy to go. Here's the other way you can use your chair. If you're on the floor and you want to do a relaxation pose, they can get down to the floor. Hips can be next to the base of the chair. Very nice alternative to an inversion, because whenever you have the feet above the heart, it rejuvenates the organs. From here, I'm going to hold my hands onto the rail of the chair. So my hands are wrapped around the bottom of the chair. Bring your feet to the front edge of the chair. Look straight up, lift your chin, tuck your shoulders under, try lifting the hips. So my hands are going to stabilize that chair, and then according to your skill level, you lift the leg up. Maybe they come into, they're practicing their plow or shoulder stand. This is a way to do bridge, supported by the chair, getting that body used to having the weight into the neck and shoulders. Roll all the way down. Take a breath. Lift the chin, and the reason that I give that cue is because people tend to go on the flat part of their head, and that's when people get injured in shoulder stand. You heard about and read about people having neck injury. It's because they're putting the weight on the back of the neck. The weight is not on the back of the neck. The back of the neck should have a curve just like your lower back when you're in a normal standing posture. So we lift the chin up so you're on the round part of the head. Tuck the elbows under the body. Lift the hips up. And then there's no real weight on the head, right? It's on the shoulders. Roll all the way down. Take a breath. And from here, they can cross over, lift the knees in. So you're doing your figure four that you were doing on the chair. So this is another way you can use your chair for relaxation or to get them started to being used to an inversion. But an inversion can be that their legs are straight up and down. So their hands stay on the chair and they can simply play with one leg at a time. And knees bent, feet on chair, still an inversion. You have your feet above your head. And if you just lay here for just a moment, let's close our eyes. Let your body soften into the floor. Bring your mind to your legs. Let your legs relax and be heavy. Soften your forehead. Notice any difference in how your thighs feel, how the hips feel. On your next breath, bring your knee into your chest. Wrap your hand around your knee. Release the leg back to the chair. Do the other side, bring the knee in. Wrap your arm around the knee. Slide the leg back to the chair. And roll one leg off the chair. So that is a hip opener. And then rolling over to the side, stack the knees. Come onto the side of your body. Place your hand near your heart. Use your elbow in your palm. Bring yourself back up. So that's a way to do shoulder stand using your chair. So again, there's loads of ways the chairs can be used. And again, the back bend, the other option, which is crazy. But again, if you're working with people that want to build flexibility, they could go over the chair if they're working on bridge, and their hands come here. And they have their bridge pose without any pressure on the shoulders. So again, you would assist them, holding them behind their shoulder blades and guiding them down, but this gives them a chance to try a bridge pose if they're afraid to do a bridge pose, but you know that they are able to arch up. It's just they don't have the body, the upper body strength yet. But sometimes it's just like, where is my weight going? How can I shift it into position? So they walk down the chair, and then hopefully you're there. But if you're not, shimmy the hips forward. And depending on the range of motion, that's very hard, right? Nearly impossible. So they have to come down and let themselves relax. So the arms come forward, and then they bend it and reposition. Push. If they can, they lift up. But there are ways for you to use the chair to help people get to whatever their goal is, where it's supported.
What would you call this class, Deanna?
Pardon me?
You know, like, this is totally different than my chair yoga class.
Well, again, I'm thinking of from the very, very beginner to a person who wants to build flexibility.
Like, you know, this is an exciting type of class. I think it could really be a hit if I could get people you know, to realize it's a chair yoga with a little more oomph to it. You know what I mean? A little more fun.
I like the name of that.
Like there was a move they call, let's be play. They call the class a playful yoga, you know, and it might intrigue people, you know, if we had the right title for the class, you know.
Oh my gosh, look, there's so much you can do. So if I have my hand wrapped around the back of the chair. So I'm on the base of the chair. If I'm gonna lean back, my elbow is supporting me. I tuck under, lift up, and try to thing, you know, do a table.
You look like you're in midair.
But this is core, right?
Yeah.
You can have them lift up.
Ay, ay, ay.
So it depends on who your people are, and then if they can bring their knees in, squeeze in, you're on the side of the chair, lift up, bring your boat, they can lift out.
Wow.
So you can use this chair as a tool, right? Like a yoga prop.
Yeah, it's like a block.
So now this is a tool, and it can be applied to advanced or very beginner. And when people think of chair yoga, they think, oh, 9-year-old.
Yeah, it's not the same thing. It's not the same ballpark.
So you can say
Sturdy chair though. You can't have like a weak chair there, right?
Right. And the other thing you're up against, and I think it's what's been fun for me with Zoom is that you get to see what people have in their house, right? Not everyone's going to have the same chair. If we were at AAAI doing this workshop, we'd all have folding metal chairs, which are great because you can do what I just did and what I can't do with this chair. This chair has a back, right? But those folding metal chairs, what's cool about them is you can slide your legs through. I don't know, I'm gonna see if I get stuck.
No, I don't want you to get stuck in there. Oh, yeah.
Put your leg through the chair.
Yeah.
Lean back, and you can do a back bend the same way that I did before, like this.
Oh, yeah.
And you're through the chair, and you're in a back bend. If that makes sense.
That's great.
Anyway, the chair. It's a tool. It's like your block. It can be used to enhance strength. And as you notice, there's a lot of things you can do that's really challenging with the chair. If you had more than one, one thing that my grandfather did is he would have 3 chairs. He put his feet on one, his shoulders on the other, and then he'd lift the one in the middle out and move it to the other side. So his feet and shoulders were on a chair, and the middle of his body was not supported. That's something that we do in Iron Shirt too, the plank. We're doing a plank in a chair. So, plank does core, but everybody screws up their wrist because they have their arms in crazy ways. And you could do sit-ups or push-ups. There's different things you can do with a chair, but if you use it and design it as a challenge for how people use it to build strength. It's not.
That could be the name of the class, challenging chair class. Challenging yoga chair class.
And then I have another chair I'm going to use to show you what my favorite relaxation in a chair pose is, because I will admit, I have friends that have pictures of me asleep in very bizarre positions, but it's sort of my MO. I can sleep in anything. So this is my chair, and now you know all my furniture has wheels on it because I can rearrange my house very easily. This is the chair that I love because when I come home from work teaching all day, I love to take naps. I get headaches really bad. So these chairs are great if you have one in your house, any autumn on your work. And this is a fabulous heart opener. Again, it's a back bend, fully supported, extra cushion. Your legs are up. You're totally supported. My shoulders are just at the edge of the chair, so I can open up my heart. And I have a back bend without any effort. And if you get headache or migraine, oh my God, this is really the solution. Because when you have a headache or migraine, the capillaries are blocked to the brain. So this helps bring the blood back into them.
Yeah, and when you think of it, we sit in a chair all day long, and we don't always sit up straight. We're like slouch,
So this is what people do, right? They hang out.
So sitting in a chair and doing some of those
and then you hang out.
The wall kind of moves.
The problem with hanging out in these chairs is, what are you doing? You're not using your lower back.
Yep, it's all slouching.
You're squishing in your intestines. Your diaphragm is collapsed. And that's why people are depressed, and they're sitting there remote control. Click, 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 click. Let me eat potato chips. Anybody got a beer? Bring me a beer. Let me get up some beer. Or bring me some hamburgers. Grubhub. It's terrible.
Belly gets bigger.
So if all you do is get people to sit forward in their chair, you are giving them an assignment that's a challenge for most people, because this is where they go. Heck, you don't even have to get out of your car to open your garage door if you have a garage in the city. I purposely love living in the city because it requires exercise. But there's a lot of things that we take for granted in our culture, and I'm very fortunate. As I said, I love being in the city because I love all the different kinds of people that are here. And I've been fortunate to befriend some of them. But I have Asian family friends. You go into their house, that's the kind of chair in their living room. They'll have 5 of these chairs.
Oh, wow.
Around the end tables. They don't have chairs like this. And at first I thought, oh, it's a financial thing. But I've seen it 3 times now, and one's a physician, so I know he's got the money. They do have a couch for guests, but when they're there, they're sitting in these chairs, or he has a little stool.
You're not slouching in that type of chair.
And they sit on stools.
Great.
They sit on stools because what is this most like? A squat. And what happens in our culture, by the time men in their 50s, my brother's 60, he can't go down and touch his toes. He has not moved, even though he's in a physical job. The knees go.
Right.
Use them. In Asia, how do they go to the bathroom? This was it. So you have to think about culturally, if you're in a stool, you're still sitting without that back reinforcement, your hips are lower, and you have to work those muscles to get up and down.
You have to work
Very small, minor changes. You don't have to do it when your guests are around. But if you do it when you're by yourself, it's another way to build in a little bit of exercise during the every day? How can you manipulate your environment where you're helping yourself? Now I'm going to give you my favorite way of using the Tootsie Roll in the chair for relaxation and back bend. So with this, you want to roll up yoga mat. If you don't have one, an area rug will work too. So anything that you have that you can roll up, you're going to put it on the back of your chair. So grab it now if you have one. Because I want you to feel it. Because again, this is really about experiencing things. Because if you experience it, I mean, one thing you may decide is, I'm never going to do this. And that's okay. But you may come across someone where it'll benefit. And like everything, you don't have to be able to do it all. But this is fantastic. So I'm going to go forward. I'm tall. You're going to have to adjust for your body. But here's what we want. We want the top of the mat. So I want you to hold it up on your back.
Oh, that feels good.
I want you to touch the top of the mat right at the bottom of your head. Find where that spot is for you. Okay? So we got the mat slid up right at the bottom of our head. You tilt your head up like you're looking at your ceiling. That's perfect position. And now, just for the beginning, to get it right the first time, lean back. Bring your arms to the side, extend your legs out. Or your hands could be on your lap. If they're open to the side, it gives you a little more openness in the front of the chest, but it's up to you. When you have that mat right at the base of the skull, you're hitting on more acupuncture points. This is actually our gallbladder channel, and a little higher up is the optical nerve. Soften your face. Hang out for a second. Come out, you want to bend your knees. Put your hand on the side of the chair. Lift your head to come up. Again, if you are limited with the chair yoga, this is a way of using that mat to just put it behind you and sit back on it. You don't have to lean all the way back. Feel how nice that supports your spine. So if you have it at your tailbone, you feel much more supported. It's quite different. Again, mat as prop. We didn't even talk about how you can use the blocks with your, again, sorry, I didn't bring mine. So if you have a block, put it between your knees right now. And we'll just do a couple extra strength in our things because we have some time.
Get a block open.
Block. Pretend this is a block. This is the yoga teacher that says, do as I say, not as I do. Squeeze your block. So, you want it wide side. So, can everyone see Christine in her block? Just like that. You squeeze your knees in together. Put your hands next to your hips. Lift your legs. Squeeze in. How's that feel? This helps with alignment. So it's just another way you're isometrically pushing in as you're lifting up, and hopefully you'll feel this in your core. Come down. And again, remember, you have really vertically compromised people.
the block can be under their feet, so their feet's touching the ground and they're sitting back in the chair. All right, how's that? Any questions? All right, let's talk about what else you want to learn here today.
I was curious about what yoga teachers make salary wise. Because you get paid for a class, but you don't get paid for the time that you would devote to, the moves, all those moves that you did. You must have them in your brain, in your mind. I have to write a lot of it. I write things down every time I teach the class. I write it all down. It helps me to remember it. And I'm thinking that I work for peanuts to do this. And
isn't that, that is true across every educational sector.
Yeah, it's like,
it's poorly paid.
Aerobics classes,
But I don't know. There's no answer to that. It's very different demographically. It depends on the studio. It depends on if you're doing
right. Well, if you work for the YMCA, you know that they're nonprofit. They don't have a lot of money. And I don't do it because of the money, but I just feel, that they need to up their game if they want to get good instructors. They need to pay us that,
Anyone have a comment on that?
I don't know what you guys make when you're wherever you work, like can't read the name. Wayne, looks like you work in a gym. You work in a gym?
No, I have worked at LA Fitness before, but I've most recently worked at a martial arts studio. From what I know, as far as it's usually the private studios that would pay more. Even the gym, I'm not sure exactly what they pay, but I don't think that the pay there is and it depends on the gym too. LA Fitness isn't one of the most high-end gyms. Equinox or there are other gyms that are much more expensive that they would probably pay much more to their instructors. But I do know that I know of some private studios that pay very well because they only teach yoga. They charge monthly memberships as well as per class, and sometimes it's hard to find instructors. So when they do find them, they do pay them reasonably or considerably well because they need those people to help run the studio. So I would, if I were looking into instructing, I would look more into like a private studio that needs a specialty teacher, like something like what we're doing here.
Right. Well, yeah. The other part is like a lot of studios I think might have went under because of the pandemic.
True.
They closed and so I'm still teaching at home for the Y, and I really like being home and doing it. But I think some members want to go back to the Y, and that's like a half-hour drive for me anymore. I had a real job, though. I also worked with cancer survivors. There's a big grant that the Y gets for the cancer survivor program. And, I had and I used to work with people with diabetes too. So I had a real job. But since, they took one, in March 2020, March 27th, they told me to go home because of the virus. And I haven't worked at the Y since. I'm in contact with them, and they don't say anything about coming back yet because I think because they have lots of children now at camp. I'm just wondering, what will happen to. If I will go back to the Y to do yoga, I do have a following, and I don't think they realize how much time goes into being a teacher.
I mean, you could try, I don't know how like social media savvy you are, because this does take quite a bit of social media savvy, but you can do your own online classes and invite people to participating.
Yeah, that's true. I used to have my own business, and I rented a hall and taught aerobics in the Topton Grange in town here. And I had probably 35 people in a class, but I had to pay for liability insurance. I had to pay for the rent. You know, you didn't make any money there either. You know.
That's why online is cheaper. If you can get a small group of people to pay per class, even if it's $10 a
Yeah.
class, and you get 5 of them, that's $50 a class. But I mean, it would take a large effort to coordinate.
Yeah, that's
But if
true. That's not what I might do. Go back to being a private contractor or whatever.
try
You
that.
know.
Anyone else have any remarks on this topic? It's relevant to all of us.
How do you guys feel? Are you instructors anywhere? Anybody there? Rachel?
I'm a Zumba instructor and a Pilates instructor.
Oh, okay.
So I like I said, gyms I kind of stay away from though. I do more private studios, and I'm also hired by the Board of Ed.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, you think though the Board of Ed, they would pay a lot, but they really don't. Yeah. So but unfortunately with the whole pandemic, they canceled all their, like their programs. So right now I'm just kind of, and I really didn't want to teach with the mask, especially Zumba because it's high impact. So now waiting, now that everything is starting to open up again, they're starting to hold activities, but I always go with private over gyms.
No, oh, that's good for you.
Yeah, like I try to stick with the private studio.
Can you tell me what you would make at a private gym in your area? Would you make as much as like 25 an hour or?
Oh, I with the school district, I did 50.
You got 50?
Yes.
An
And
hour?
that goes by, yeah, and that also, they go by too of how many participants you have.
Okay.
So the school, I got paid a little bit more,
Well, that's good.
yeah, than private.
Very good. Yeah, that's just, I know I put a lot of time into the classes and I make $16 an hour.
Yeah, I definitely don't do it for the money. I was a
Yeah,
school
no,
teacher.
it can't be.
And I worked in an area that wasn't so great, and I got burnt out, and I said, this is not how I want to spend the rest of my life, stressed out, and I was dealing with depression from it, so I was like, I need to make a shift. So I'm blessed that my husband has his own company, and I could do, he's kind of like the one that makes the money, and I'm able to, I was able to stop teaching and then take on
It's a
fitness.
good part-time little job, and I do it mainly because I'm an older person. I have probably kids your age, okay, and I do it to keep my brain working.
Right.
I don't end up with dementia or Alzheimer's or
Right. Yeah, I had to
that's
make a shift in careers.
that's the good part about teaching. You really have to use your brain. Like I don't know how Deanna does it. Like she comes up with these moves after moves. You really have to have a good practice. You have to do it a lot. Practice.
I do it a lot. I like to, for me, it's my drug. I'll be honest.
It's your what?
But it's my drug.
It's
I'll
your.
take it something else though.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I do plan.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
And look, if you think about teachers in school, teachers that teach every day, they have a lesson.
Oh, they must be.
So you have got to give yourself that grade. So many people think, now when I go to a studio, I have a sense, and I do always ask what people want, and I have in my mind because I have taught so many years, but it's because I've taught so many years that I can create that sequence kind of and go with what people want at the moment. But when I'm doing a workshop, because there's other people that are coming from all different directions, I need to make sure that I'm providing the content that I was asked to provide, right? So I need to make sure that I stay on task and make sure I deliver what I was hired to do. When you're in a classroom, as I mentioned, you could have a fire drill, there's all these things. So you just get used to like thinking on your feet and switching. If someone shows up to you
and this happened to me. I was doing a retreat with the Appalachian Mountain Trail Club. We are on the Appalachian Mountain Trail.
Okay.
We had done morning yoga. We had a hike. We had a guide who just got there 2 days before our group, so he wasn't real familiar with the trails. We get to the top of this mountain. We're hiking across the top of the mountain, and all of a sudden, fog just rolls in. And
Oh my God.
it's white, and you can only see like 10 feet in front.
Oh my God.
So we're up on this trail, and it's really cool because you're surrounded by white, and it's peaceful, it's quiet. And I'm watching, there's 28 people in our group, and the guide says to me, I only walked this trail once. I really don't remember the way back. And now that we can't see,
Oh no.
and so then about a second later, someone from the group comes up from behind me. Did you notice that there's these two ladies? One of them is not, something's wrong, and the other one's her friend. They're laying on the rock back here. I'm like, all right, Ben, stay here with everybody. I'll go back and see what's going on. So I go back there. Mind you, everyone signed a waiver. This woman says to me, oh, well, you just had a heart attack 2 weeks ago. And I thought I'd be able to do this. But
Oh no.
really short breath. And I don't know if I can. I'm like, I read everyone's waivers, and there was no mention about heart attack. I didn't think it would matter. So allow me to share. If you're thinking that you're going to go out on your own, make sure you have that insurance.
Right.
It was covered also with the Appalachian Mountain Club, but you want to make sure that if you're doing any adventures like that, if you're going solo, cover your actions. And if you are working with another group, make sure they have you under their insurance policy, but always get your own as well, because people in America love to sue. Nothing came of that, but it could have. And I didn't have the liability insurance I have now.
Mhm.
But after that, I made sure that I didn't teach without it. If you are not in a gym or under Y, you need to have your own insurance.
Yes, see, I'm being paid by the town.
If you go in their house, you are still responsible if they get hurt and fall on their own dish towel. If you're there teaching them and they fell, it's on you. You have to make sure that you cover your actions.
I know. When I rented the hall, I had insurance on it for sure.
Well, liability is not that expensive. You can get like $1 million for $30 or $40 a year or something. It's really not expensive.
Well, that's good.
So check that out with your insurance, because when you get multiple insurance with the same, like if you have car insurance or home insurance, if you add that in, it's really nothing compared to what it does for you. So, and you all get a multiple policy discount sometime. So, but back to the planning, make a list and always think about levels. So, you know, what you're doing seated, what can you do standing? Think of the options, but you don't need a whole bunch. And when I started out, my teacher had a little booklet, and I still have that booklet. I wore it out. I knew what I wanted to teach, but I had a sequence. When I started, I wasn't comfortable. I didn't have the confidence. I didn't have the experience. And he had a list that he followed, that we went through in our training. And I went through and I followed that. And I kept that book right by my mat. And I would literally, fold it open, and I'd hide it under my mat. And then I do a twist and I peek at it and stick it back under my mat.
Yeah,
And I left it there sometimes, but nobody cares. They care that you know what you're doing.
right.
Does it matter if you have a piece of paper? Does it make you less of a teacher? Absolutely not. And if they ask you about some part, well, what can I do to strengthen my knee? Don't make something up. Say, you know what? let me do some research. And next week, or better yet, because we are what we are, send me your email, give me your email. Let me do some research. I'm going to give you a couple things you can practice. Tell me how it works. Or say next week, we'll do some of those things for the knee. Just remind me. And that way, you know they're going to come back. So remember, there's a Starbucks amount of yoga teachers. If they know that you care about them and that you're interested in their well-being, that's one way of helping them come back to you. But, make that list, come up with something that works for you.
I love when moves go from one to the next. Like they, flow, like when I do a twist and a stretch and then the next move you bring in you got your butterfly, and then I love when they flow like that. When you're doing, not the sun salutations, but sitting on the floor doing the stretches, when they smoothly go from one to the other. I love, I that's my goal, is to make a smooth class that flows, really, flows from one move to the next. But then I'm kind of locked into, the same moves, and I gotta try to, with all I learned today, I'm gonna try to improvise and put some new stuff in there. I'm always afraid maybe to try a new move, So you gave
yourself.
You gave me the, confidence to do that. A little more confidence.
One thing I can say for all of us, I do my own thing every morning. I have postures that I do every day that are just my favorite ones, but always too, sometimes I just get a little sparky with myself and I think, oh, what would be next? So in your positions, whatever you're doing, what seems like the next most logical connection to going from one move to the next? And if you start doing that, and it's best in my personal world of Deanna escaping in her body, when I'm doing my own thing, I usually have my eyes closed, because then I'm really paying attention to what I'm feeling in my body, and I can make that transition seem seamless, because I'm not thinking about it. I'm just exploring where my body wants to go. And when you start doing that, think of it that way. I'm going to explore where my body wants to go next.
Listen to your body.
Absolutely. That is essential. That is going to help you create your transitions. It'll help you make your sequences, and it'll be a smoother transition. But in the beginning, make lists.
I write it all down before I teach. I write my whole, and it helps me to get it in here,
Absolutely, you write it down.
When I write it down, it helps so much. I have to, it's just me, So other people don't need that, but I do at my age.
And to go back to your original question, our culture and the values that we hold are different than my own in terms of how we take care of ourselves. So the fact that a masseuse gets $100 an hour, whereas a yoga teacher gets 20 on average, is one more important than the other? I don't know, but it's the value that it's placed on it. It's the perception. Mm-hmm. And because yoga has such an extreme variation now, people have left the tradition, and it's now Susie Blues yoga class. I mean, they're not focusing on the well-being, so you can't craft a career when you're competing against people who are not considering the physical benefits, and they're in it for the spandex, to be in the park, to have a lot of people watch. I mean, look at Instagram. Look at the yoga pictures on Instagram. If I see another woman's butt sticking out of her spandex, I'm the floor. Like that is what, but that's what people that don't do yoga see as yoga. And so how can you respect a profession when it's been torn into this booty call? And that's really what it's become for a lot of people. So you have to prove yourself. You have to be able to walk the walk, talk the talk. And it's changes for different people. Different people have different goals. Some people do yoga because it enhances their personal training, or it's good for their ice skating. You know, it's not that everybody's in it to be dedicated for life and do it every day. Everyone has their own how they use it, right? So, but in terms of what it's become from where it was in the 70s, when it was in 60s, when it was introduced to America, where it was about the health, and then everyone screamed religion. And so people started pulling it apart and creating all these different names, like you were saying, come up with the chair pose name. Why do we have to do that? Because it's marketing. It's marketing. Mm-hmm. And that's how people make a living in America, is marketing.
Yeah, I've heard people say yoga's a cult, you know. And
so there you have it. It's not changed for some people.
Years ago.
Others, years ago. For some, it's about the spandex, the outfit, the Lululemon. You know, do you have the $90 pair of see-through pants? Because that's what everyone's buying. And if you show up and you have on the $14 Marshalls pants, like I wear,
yeah, I know.
I'm not going to fit in that crowd. I don't care. I don't want to fit in that crowd. Yeah. I don't care. To me, it's more about how am I here to serve the person who is in need. And for me, it's about community, and it's about, I educated myself because I had to overcome my own physical problems. And I think that when people come to it from that position, it's very different than when people come to it because it's another way to make money and add to the things that they can offer. And there's no fault in that. It's just a different mindset of how they will approach teaching it. There's no wrong to what it is. But if you're trying to market yourself, then you have to find what is your skill set that you want to market in the target of who you're marketing to.
I love the health aspects of it. I love how it works your whole body. It keeps you strong, not only physically, but mentally. It keeps, you know, like with the COVID and being home, working at home, you think about eating, and I really feel like it helps my stomach to stay flatter, you know, like, you know, how you look at people and they let themselves go, you know. It's the health and the strength, you know. For an older person like me, I have, my arms are pretty decent, you know. They're pretty decent looking for an old lady. And I like that. I like to feel like that. I like to feel empowered a little bit, you know.
Well, all the things that you've said, I think, are wonderful descriptions that you could use to market your own self in ways that you can share what you've
marketed myself. I like to hear from you, everybody else, though. Like,
yeah.
I love aerobics too. I teach, like I took Zumba classes and I learned how to choreograph the music myself from Zumba. And I use the radio music, the hottest music on the radio. And I teach seniors. And you wouldn't believe how good they are, how they can follow me. You know, they love the music, the rhythm, the dancing parts that I put into it. And, you know, it's a challenge. It's been a challenge, but it's a challenge that I wanted to take, you know. Zumba, I couldn't understand the music. Like I have all kinds of Zumba CDs, but I don't know what they're saying. You know, it's all in Spanish. So I'm playing music, Dua Lipa's music. A lot of her, I love her dance music. You know, so you got to find your niche. That's all I can say. I'm not going to talk about myself anymore. You guys, you know.
I'm going to type in the last question for each of you to respond to. And again, you have until Monday. There's many things if we were in person that we would be addressing, but Nora has said that since we are on Zoom and it's challenging to, she would prefer that there aren't like a long test at the end. And I think that, as I said, logically, it makes more sense if you're focusing on what you learned today, how you can use it. So take these questions and respond to them. And again, you can write them down and send it to me in an email. And you could do it now before 6 o'clock, or you can work on it over the weekend.
Where are the questions?
They're in the chat. So you go down to your chat and click on that.
Uh-huh.
And then you may need to scroll. There's more than one there.
Okay. So how do we get them to you?
You write them down and then put it in an email to me.
Oh, okay. You have your email there?
I will put it in there.
Okay.
I also sent you all a link to our Zoom today that I released.
Oh, what is the link to the class?
I sent everyone an email with a Zoom link, but apparently some people weren't able to use it, so it's good that. Sorry about that. I don't know why.
I had a quick question for you, Deanna.
Sure.
What are your thoughts on opening your? I mean, from what I've heard you say today, it sounds like you would be completely against this. But in general, what are your thoughts on opening your own studio?
Oh, I have no problem with it. Personally, I'm not very good. I suck at marketing. It's just, I'm not, I find joy in the teaching. And I have some friends that have opened studios. So I know that there is the marketing, you have then the scheduling, you have people that do or do not show up, finding the subs, the insurance, the building, the space, the props, the maintenance of the building, the space, the props. There's a lot of issues that are involved in running a studio, and it's not that there's anything wrong, and I think it would be fun, but I also know that I love showing up and teaching and doing what I enjoy doing. When I did my own art as a business, I found within 2 years, I was like, it was exhausting to me because I had to constantly be thinking like, what can I make that is going to appeal? So then it's like marketing thing. Like, what is it that I can do that's going to appeal? Mm-hmm. Whereas if someone already has the studio and I give a description of the class, then I show up and I can teach it as I do without thinking, oh my God, I can get enough clients, and they're gonna pay payroll and pay the rent. I mean, if I owned the building, then I probably wouldn't think about it as much. So, there's a lot of factors that go into that.
Right.
Here in the city, there's a lot of yoga studios, a lot of competition. And if you're in one neighborhood, you can charge $25 a person. If you're in another neighborhood, you get $5, and you're lucky if someone who shows up and pays that.
Right.
So there's a lot that goes into it, a lot of market research. But I think that, the more the better. I'll come down and do a workshop with you if you open it up. I like doing retreats. I'd love to do something. I used to do spring, summer equinox events. Mm-hmm. Did a winter thing that all went away the last couple of years. Prior to COVID, I was in a major accident on my way to one of these workshops with AAAI, and basically I was left for dead. So the year before COVID, I was recovering, and then I just was feeling like, I'm ready to go back out there. And bang, COVID hit. Mm-hmm. So I've had a couple years to think about what direction to go next, and it's still not open a studio. Yeah. It's still more, I think what I like doing is being able to meet a need that I know where the need is. So for instance, helping people solve problems. There's a woman who just started a position as a wellness coordinator, and she's working in a position in a business where they don't want to give any of the employees time to do the wellness program. So how do you market that if you are in charge of the gym and none of the employees are given time to go to the gym? So that's her problem, and we've been talking about some options that would be solutions for her problem. But otherwise, I think it's better to personally stress. I'm not wired that way. I can work with all kinds of populations. I've worked with Asperger's, autism, you name it. Wheelchair bound people. There's always a way. I like that creativity of working with different kinds of groups. But that's where I like to put my energy. Is how can I find a solution that's going to help this person with their needs? That's where I want my energy to go, more so than, oh my God, the plumbing backed up. That's not where I can be effective.
I hear that. That makes sense. And then you have freedom to
I always said to people, go ahead.
You have freedom to move around that way too. Travel.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Yes. And I love meeting people. I love this. I love seeing what people are doing with their yoga. And if it's just that they're using it for themselves, that's awesome. You don't have to go out and teach many people, but if you do, fantastic. Let me come. I'll take one of your classes. I love that.
For me, it's something I'm considering because 2 of the studios in my immediate area closed down during the pandemic. I literally couldn't even find a yoga class. It's almost like a scarcity, at least in my immediate area. So I was like, I know there's a market for it because I personally was like, I'd pay anything, just, give me something local that I can go to. And there was just nothing, and everyone kind of gave up or closed down. I'm not gave up, but it was a tough year last year in the beginning of this one. So I'm considering opening one, like you said, also just to provide a service, and the more the merrier. If we're spreading this thing that we know has changed all of our lives, and I know that it's not where I am, I feel like it would be a benefit to the people around me if I decided to do that.
Absolutely. My only suggestion would be make sure that you're able to sustain it if something like this pandemic were to happen again.
Yeah.
That would be my only suggestion. I do know this too. There's a lot of money that's being opened up for small businesses right now. So if you are thinking, and if you are thinking of opening a studio, now is the time. Man. There's a bunch of bucks out there.
Yeah.
And they're unrolling for new businesses. And, when you have an exceptional opportunity as an African American, because there aren't a lot of men that are teaching, but there's even fewer African American men that are teaching.
That's true.
So that is a true benefit for you. Seize it. Go for it.
Yeah, there's nothing like being your own boss. Having your own.
You become a role model. It's an important role. Especially,
the kids, some kids are even overweight now, and they need guidance.
Here's
the other thing, particularly for African Americans, because there's the ABC, which is the American Black Cardiology Association. You may want to tap into them because heart disease is the #1 killer with African American men.
Right.
So you can teach breathing and how to manage the stress, and then focus on, how this helps to regulate your
your emotions as well as promote circulation. That's a really strong direction for anyone to tap into. But the American Black Cardiology, ABC, that's a group where you might want to, use them as, look, send referrals to me, or there may even be some additional funding in that direction to explore. And it may be that it's a grant, a research project that they're doing that you could connect with.
No, that sounds like a great idea. I'll definitely look into that. I know there's a lot of people that are needing to get back into shape, and there's also like, because everyone's coming back out, so I do feel like that would be something that I can kind of offer to, and I know that this has been so good for me, so I just definitely would want to like see if I can help give that back. And plus, I've worked in so many studios in the past, and I've always felt like, well, I wish this was there, I wish that was there, I wish we could do this, but you can't because you don't run the place, you don't own the place. But like even what you were saying, if you come up with a new idea, like I can offer chair yoga classes. I've never seen that in the I just learned all about this today, and that's something that I can implement because I can come up with the class structures on my own. So I think that would be a good way to go. So thank you for all the advice. I really appreciate it.
Right. So anyone else have anything else to suggest to Wayne for that whole concept of opening a studio? Is anyone here open to yoga studio or fitness studio of any kind?
My opinion though, like is they got all these places you go and they pay like $10 a month. How can you what do you call I don't know what it's called out in Kutztown. So many people are in there and they charge them like $10 a month. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, those are more fitness clubs. What is that? Life Sport? What is that one? There is one
called.
Like LA Fitness?
All over the country.
Yeah, it's like an LA Fitness is a real gym. They got everything there, classes. And this is, just like walk in and use equipment. And they got tons of treadmills in there. And
like Planet Fitness, yeah.
Planet Fit, that's it. Planet Fit, one of those kind of places.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's a lot of competition. What's that?
But it is and it isn't, because you're not doing fitness in that way. You're not doing it on a machine. The body is the machine.
Right.
And people don't think of their own body as a machine. And this is a real important thing that I want everyone here to think about. We have given away our power in this culture in so many ways, with our health, with our diet. We've given it away. And what people have to remember is you're a miracle. This is a miracle. Whether you've had surgery and parts of it taken out, you're still moving around. It's amazing. Maybe you've had some part removed or replaced and something that's metal is in there working instead, but look, you're not you're not asking your blood to move around. You're not telling your heart to pump. And everyone in this room can make their own choices. You're walking on this earth. You can see and feel and touch and taste and hear everything. It's a miracle. You are a miracle. And our body is intended to heal itself. And you scratch your skin and you wash it. You see that sometimes makes a little ointment, a little care. Same thing happens inside our body, but we're not taught to believe that. And we also believe that a pill. You need a pill for everything because that is how they get you hooked into taking away your power. And the more you can bring that power back, and that's why they don't want to pay. That's why they don't want you to be covered by insurance, because people that are well do not make any money, or the people that are making billions of dollars in selling a pill. Your breath is your pill. And if you just focus on the breath, you can change how you feel. You can get the blood flowing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's with us wherever we go. You can go back to sleep focusing on your breath.
Yeah, I'm always doing that breath, using your deep breath. I'm always doing that.
Well, before we go, let's review some breath work. We got about 15 minutes here. So let's do some breath. And we're going to sequence this. So we're going to go from one breath to the other. So I leave you with a buzz. So there is a yogi who came from India. He gathered his following off the streets of New York during the 60s. Went around, saw all these kids on drugs. And he said to them, I can teach you how to get stoned on your breath. It doesn't cost anything, and it's with you wherever you go. That's how he started his original following. And that is what Kundalini was based off of, is this type of breath, which we will do at the end. But essentially, when people feel lightheaded, they're like, oh, something's when they get scared. Because fear is what we've been taught to hold on to. When you let go of that fear, you open yourself to possibilities. So if you start to feel lightheaded, it's normal. It's oxygen that's moved up through the central nervous system and into the brain. And it can happen with a slow breath or a more rapid breath. So just keep that in mind. And most of you, I know, probably all of you have already done this breath work, but we're going to review it because that is what reinforces learning. So we're going to start with alternative nostril breathing. Actually, we'll start with a different breath. So I'm going to tell you that there's a couple things you can do. Ocean breathing, Ujjayi breathing, is long, slow breath. It was traditionally used, and again, this is where we've gone out the door. When I started doing yoga, what you heard when you went into a yoga studio was not loud music. You heard everyone in there breathing in unison, and it sounded like this. Every move, you heard the breath, because the sound of the breath was Ujjayi breathing, and that was how you stayed focused. We lost that when we came up with Susie Blue's yoga booty. So you can bring that back. And what I want you to think about is an easy way to get that breath. People are like, I don't know how to make that sound. You do. Everyone in here has been frustrated, and everyone in here has gone, so give me your best. Now close your mouth. Do that one more time. How does that make you feel? Relief, right? So we're going to make the sound on the inhale. You put your tongue behind the teeth. That kind of helps us still. The breath is over the back of the throat. So Darth Vader breath. That's what you're doing. You hear the in. Like an ocean wave. Close your eyes and don't think about it. Just hear your breath. Lengthen your spine on the inhale. Your body fill up completely. Feel your abdomen moving in towards your spine on the exhale. Breathe in again. Visualize your whole body filling up like a vessel. Sustain that breath for a moment. Soften your shoulders, soften your forehead. As you begin to exhale, feel your abdomen moving in towards your spine. Lay your hands on your abdomen. Feel your belly breathing in. You expand out like a balloon. Exhale. Feel the abdomen move in towards your spine. Breathe in once more. Inhale.
like a mountain rising from the ocean. Feel your abdomen expanding out. And as you exhale, valley. So the abdomen sinks in like a valley. Do one more. Exhale. So people don't breathe. They're not aware they're not even breathing. So put your hand on the outside of your ribs. And we did this at the beginning of the class when we were doing the hip rolls. Remember that? So if you put your hands here again, all we're going to do is we're going to focus on feeling the bottom of your lungs. So if you put your hands at the bottom of your rib cage, people aren't aware. This rib is for your lungs. Your lungs are that long, and they come along the side and they come in the back of the body. So it's a huge load. There's 2 of them on one side and 3 on the other. That's why that cold stethoscope goes on your back. It's not for him to get the jollies of you freezing your tatas. It's so that he can hear the back of the lungs. But we don't think about the lungs. And if you ask people how big their lungs are, a lot of times they'll say this big or this big. No, this big. But anxiety lives in the upper lobes. And when people are anxious, what are they doing? They're breathing really shallow. And you see a little kid and they're trying to tell the story and they're really, really upset. And then when they get older, the same thing happens, but they don't really tell you the story. They just get angry or they get anxious and then they can't sleep. And then they have a heart attack. So hands on the bottom of the ribs. And now breathe in and watch my hands. If you can't do it at the beginning, it's okay. You're trained. Try it with your eyes closed so your mind is on your hands. And breathe in, feel your ribs expand out to the side. Exhale. Feel your ribs sinking in towards your spine. Breathe in and try to keep the chest still. Ribs are expanding out. So put one hand on your abdomen and one on your chest. Now that you've done that, it'll feel different. But usually when you breathe, people have their chest moving and they're working out. One way you can train yourself, very effective, if you're running. Keep your chest still. Don't move it. No, mouth stays closed. It's going to be painful in the beginning because you have to train your body to breathe deep in these areas that we don't normally use. So if you're exercising, practice breathing only through your nose. Don't open that mouth. COVID might float in, as example. Breathe in. One more. So your hands rest in your lap. Close your eyes. Bring your mind's eye to how you're feeling inside your body. See if you're feeling a little lightheaded. Notice what you're thinking about. If anything, within 3 to 5 breaths, you can completely change how you feel by changing how you breathe when your mind is attached to your breath. So first we turn off the monkey mind, tap into the breath. And then we coordinate the movement with the breath. So every inhale, lifting up. Every exhale, we're sinking down. Every inhale, we're lifting up. Every exhale, abdomen's moving in. So think about the natural movement of the breath And that totally tells you what to do with your body. Because if you're lifting up, you're breathing in. If you're folding down, you're emptying out. And it's the same that's happening with your breath. So whenever you're training a movement, you're training them to use their breath with the movement. Because what do people do in the gym? There's an exhale, but there's a hold. They're not breathing unless they're taught to breathe. And we are constantly been trained to hold our breath because fear makes a lot of people rich. Because that's how people kill themselves. It's the model of our nation. We're not taught to breathe. And people feel good. Oh man, you can't make money off that. You cannot make money off contentment. Why do people pay for that massage? To feel good. Can you get that massage for your breath? Yeah. But we have been so conditioned to store, and then explode. Or shoot somebody. Heck, let's just shoot them. It's much easier. They get that feeling of power. Let's find power in the breath. It's so much less expensive. And, less consequences. So think of the movements that we did. And now we're going to add our breath with those movements. So we did spinal cord breathing, which is all about creating a supple spinal cord, which evens out the central nervous system. Parasympathetic and sympathetic. When one is active, the other one's suppressed. So all the breathing is intended to do is to bring a balance to that stress, fight or flight, or relaxation. And once you get rid of that anxiety and fear and grief and depression, what's left is contentment, generosity, and those are feelings that you give to yourself, sense of joy, sense of openness, and kindness. But we have to direct that to ourselves before we can flow it out to other people. And if you're holding on to all those other qualities, people forget you have the right to feel gratitude, to feel content. Enough is enough. I have enough. I don't need stuff. I need to feel good and to know that I have good relationships and to know that I can be in the world and not attach to someone else's stuff. How do I get around their stuff and maintain my own sense of contentment? You do it by observing, and this is what the yogis understood. They observed the world. The postures were named after what they were observing. Cobra, tree, right? The names are what they were trying to be at one with. So when you are thinking about how do I apply that to my life, well, you practice the breath so that when someone else is going off around you, you observe, you don't attach. How do you maintain being in a classroom with 30 whacked out kids? Observe, find the pleasure in how they behave without attaching to it, and manage through your breath. Send that tension down out of your body. It doesn't have to come out of your mouth. It doesn't have to come through your fist. It comes out through your mouth or down, you send it down and out. So long spine so that the diaphragm is open. Observe your people first, because most often, if we're America, we hang out. Perfect posture for illness, right? I mean, look how many watch people drive down the road. Oh my God. What are you doing to your spine? I love Philadelphia. I love it because there's bus stops. People got their shopping cart turned on the side. Whatever it is. Everything is about sinking down. Gravity. And let's all just do that right now. Just sink down and try to breathe. Now that you've just done some breathing exercises, how does that feel? I'm having a hard time. So this is a good way. And when I'm starting at a new place, I usually will start with a class about breath. And if you are just starting teaching, you can do a whole class. You can do a whole hour on just breathing by doing these little things to get people aware. And you're like, oh my God, I had no idea. So we're gonna do 4 breaths on each side. And everything that we do in this next moment, we're gonna do either 1 minute or 4 breaths on each, on whatever it is. And I want you to check in with yourself right now, and then at the end of each one, we'll close our eyes just so you can do a little mini assessment. And when you're teaching, I highly encourage you to get people to stop and assess. Stop and assess. We don't ever think about what we've already done. We're always looking at what's next, what's next. Well, the pandemic gave people a chance, but what did they do? Instead of like, okay, hopefully some people clean their closets out, but you know, that is an expression of internal. We don't clean out this closet. This is a container and it requires cleaning out. And adults don't cry freely like children do. Or if they do, then sometimes they get diagnosed and put on a pill. You know, like, think about what we do with our world. We are not taught to express like nature. You feel that tension in the air and it pours down rain. And then it's like, oh, the breeze. That same thing feels in the body. When you let go and you have a good cry, it's exhausting, right? You just lay a nap sometimes, or you just feel like you just lost 10 pounds. So give yourself permission to cry, but practice the breath. And sometimes crying follows breathing. I'm just putting that out there, because once you get relaxed enough and unwind from that tight ball, stuff comes out. And that's what's intended to happen. We weren't meant to hold on. And that's why there's such dis-ease in our culture, because everyone is tired to do this. So let's do a little few rounds. And alternative nostril breathing, depending on the original vein of thought, there's 3 main ways that you can do alternative nostril breathing. So if you see it done in different ways with different disciplines, it's because the root of those breathing techniques came out of a different style. But there's really, all yoga is hatha yoga, and the intention is always with the breath. All 3 of these techniques, and we're just gonna do one, the way that I was taught is the way that I've habitually done it. And when I go in another class, I will do it however the teacher is teaching, with respect. Because regardless of how you do this breath, the outcome is the same. You are balancing the central nervous system, the parasympathetic and sympathetic. When you start to breathe, one side might be more clogged than the other. You're normal. It changes every 8 minutes. It's because your body is constantly switching. But if things are out of balance, it'll get stuck. And that's when you get anxiety, rage, fear takes over, and all that contentment stuff got buried. So this is why this is so powerful, such an easy tool for us to use. But always forward in the chair, ribs lifted up. If they're on the ground, just get them in the habit of lifting up, lift up, use that lower back. Or sit back, supporting the chair. Use your thumb and index finger, lots of mudras, but don't worry about what you're doing with the hand. People get stuck. It's not about the hand. It's about the breath. Close off your right nostril with your thumb and inhale. Feel your body lifting up with breath. And close off the left nostril. Exhale for the right. And then breathe in through the left. Close off the left nostril. Exhale for the right. Fully empty your breath. Close off the right nostril. Breathe in long and slow to the left. Closing off the left nostril, exhale to the right. Fully empty the breath. When you finish that exhale, breathe back in through the right side. Right closed, inhale. Close off the left nostril, exhale to the left. Off the right, exhale to the left. Inhale to the right. Exhale to the left. Breathe in again to the right. Exhale to the left. Because this is the parasympathetic, I always add one more. Breathe in again through the right. Exhale to the left. Push out the breath all the way. Keep your eyes closed, let your hand rest in your lap. In your mind's eye, just notice how your body feels. And then 4 breaths on each side. Take note of what's moving through your mind right now. How does your body feel? Feel free to keep your eyes closed. We're going to go back to Ujjayi breath. We're going to do Ujjayi breath with palms open, and this is another way to introduce breath work to your students to help them feel the expansion of the lungs. So we start here, ocean wave. We're going to part the waves. Bring your arms out. Make the sound so you can hear your breath, and the chair, so it's more difficult. Hands lace behind you, lift your arms up. Sip in some more breath. Exhale. Inhale. Good job. Sip in more breath. Tilt your head up. Put a smile on your face. Exhale. One more. Inhale. Exhale. Another option, same breath. Lift the sky, turn the palms out, inhale. Push up to the heel of the hands, look up like you're holding up the sky. As you start to empty your breath, part your hands, exhale, close your eyes, let your hands float from the sky down toward the earth. Your eyes closed as you like. Let your hands lace together again in front. Inhale, lift your hands to the sky. Push up into the sky at the top of the breath. Tilt your head up, put a smile on your face. Happy to be alive. Part your hands, exhale. Let your hands float down, light like a feather. One more. Inhale, lift up. Press high. Exhale.
Hands rest in your lap. Eyes are closed. Mind is in your body. Feel your face soften. Notice your abdomen expanding and contracting. Next, we're going to do Vastrika breathing. So Vastrika breathing is done with the mouth open. It precedes Kundalini breath, which means breath of fire. Vastrika means skull shining. Skull shining breath is done to expel toxins directly out of the organs, particularly the lungs, because the lungs are the only organ in your body that's internal with an opening to the external world, just why viruses attack it more than any other organ. So we want to expel as many toxins from the lungs as we can, another essential reason to do breath work. So it's forceful. So this will give you a buzz. The more forceful the exhale, the more effective it is. So think of it as if you were pushing a cotton ball across the room with your breath. The more forceful, the better. Okay, we're gonna do 5 breaths, and then we're gonna add spinal cord breathing to it. So you can see how you can add a move to complement the breath work. Okay, so again, tall spine, and if you have struggled with sitting tall, you bring your hands behind you just so that the front of your body's open. If you were sitting, same thing, legs can be out, whatever. So, okay, close your eyes and do 5 more. Pause, notice how you feel. Now we're going to add spinal cord breathing. You can choose. You can keep your hands sliding on the thighs. Remember, it's a rocking motion. It's cat and cow. But if you bring your arms back, squeeze your shoulders, look up, tuck under chin to chest, press the spine back. Okay? So this is with the hands empty on the lap. If you want to open up the lymph nodes and get a little deeper, elbows go out, look up, inhale, exhale. Sip in. 5 more. Spine, empty your arms, close your eyes. Witness what the breath has done for your body. Soften your face. Notice the difference in how your body feels. And we're going to complement that with our last breath, which is Kundalini. And the purpose of keeping the mouth closed with that same style of breath is that because stress is constantly chipping away at our life force energy, we become depleted and dis-ease sets in. So first we get rid of this dis-ease, and then we rebuild our life force energy. Yoga does that anyway, but we can set an intention and do it solely with breath. So Kundalini, the mouth is closed, but it's that same, right? So, and if you can get the sound, it's very powerful because you are sending a signal, my breath is in charge, not my brain. So at any time during any of these, a thought comes in, discipline. Thought leaves with the breath, okay? Regular breath, tall spine. Take a breath in, lift your arms up, place your fingers, keep sipping in the breath, tilt your chin up. Exhale, fold forward. Empty your breath and let your head hang out over your legs, soften your shoulders. Let everything go. Draw in your abdomen, tuck your tailbone under, roll the shoulders forward, curl up through your spine. Eyes stay closed as the head comes over your shoulders. It's nice to use this as a way of enhancing relaxation. So feel like at the end of your class, you still have people that are wiggly and you can feel that in their energy. Add a couple of breathing. We'll do it right at the beginning of the class, because if we do it at the beginning of the class, we set the tone for the class. And that's why breath work is so important in centering. It can be done at the beginning, the middle, the end, throughout. It is essential to letting go of dis-ease. When you feel blissful, which is how we should feel. There's no guilt in feeling good. No guilt in feeling good. It was great and really good for me to have each of you here in my little living room. I wish we were here in person, but until we get back to that, it was my honor to have all of you here today. Thank you so much. Feel free to, I'm going to leave this chat. Did everybody get what they need? Because if not, I can, there is a little box that says file, and move on if you have that or not. But in case you don't, I'm going to put this on my desktop. And then if any of you need the questions, I'll see if I can.
Where is your email, did you say?
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat? Okay.
Can everyone see it? Yeah?
I don't see it. Is it at the top or bottom?
Yes, I could see it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's at the bottom. I see it.
Bottom? I don't see. Oh,
It's on the
okay, now
bottom.
I see it. Yoga and, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sure. Send me a note. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know if you open that studio.
I will. It'll be an honor to open it and have you come in and teach some classes. That would be amazing.
But seriously, look into all there is a lot of financial support right now.
I've been hearing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. That'll be good timing, you know what I mean? Silver lining in something bad that's happened, so why not take advantage of like something that I've been wanting to do for a long time anyway, so yeah.
Absolutely. Out of tragedy is the birth of new things, new directions.
Yep.
You can use the alternate nostril breathing when you can't sleep at night. That helps me. I don't know if you've ever tried that. You can't fall asleep. You're all kinds of worked up maybe.
So each of you have the questions, and you have until Monday to send me whatever you would like to share about how you respond to those. It doesn't have to be extensive. All right. The first question was for each of these, so you just put tips. Name the pose, and then a short sentence. No essays required. Please keep it simple and easy for yourself. I'm not here for you to demonstrate that you have the ability to be a novelist in your responses. I just want to know how you're able to apply it, and if you feel like.
Excuse me, it's Monday night, right?
Monday by 6 o'clock. How's that?
That's good.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Okay. If you need an extension,
Thank you so much.
let me know. Okay. All right. Great. Thanks so much. It was a pleasure having you.
You're terrific, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Deanna.
Give a hug. Everybody wrap around.
This is a good yoga pose. You can rub your arms and give yourself a massage.
Have a great night, everyone.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thanks so much.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Queen.
Thank you.
Nice to see all of you.
You too, Donna. Take care.
Take care.
Yeah, take care of yourselves.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Oh man, I should have said something to her. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate that.
Glizzies. Found some wild glizzies. Found some wild glizzies.
Is this her? She's a beast, bro. Look at her. Fully flexible. Is this her too? Oh, this was just 3 pages. She is like goddamn maniac. She's got this page. I don't know if that's her. I don't think that's her. What's she doing? That's a lot of likes, a lot of comments too. She has picture of your family. I wouldn't have posted this picture. You were the most quirky cat I ever met in my life. My nephew's gonna like this. He's out of my sweat. You can say he was gay. It's your mom. She looks just like your sister. That made no sense. Why you tag your dad's groin? You didn't think about it. Nigga, what? Those are fake. They have to be fake as hell. Why are they so big? No, seriously.